knight and bishop moved, the rook could just hop over.
Right. So e6, you can see Jeffrey preparing the queenside castle. Oh, I love the way that it takes some getting used to if you've never seen or watched Fischer Random before.
It does.
A3, bishop takes c4, and d5, attacking the knight. And he probably wants to play maybe even g5 on the next move to cut into white's central control. Not sure.
No, that looks good. And then knight g6 to follow, and all of a sudden black's pieces are leaping into action. The one bad thing in black's position is e6 pawn. It can't move forward because of both the white's pawns there. Also, only white has a light square bishop. So at some point, bishop g4 will likely be a nuisance. So Jeffrey does need to be a bit careful. And what a strong opponent to face in the first round. There's an FM here. No easy opposition.
No. And like I said at the start, you never know who has a lot of Fischer Random experience. And these kinds of tactics, you get better at finding them with experience. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. You might get a different arrangement of pieces, but the pattern of thinking, the way that you get used to the pieces that you have is pretty similar. So there is such a thing as being good specifically at Fischer Random.
Absolutely. And
there's g5.
This makes a lot of sense. And Jeffrey, I think, is happy to see these moves be played, but the knight went to d2 just so a recapture in g5 won't come with check, and that means white can then spend the time to bring that rook on a1 over to d1 by castling queenside. So in typical chess, your king has to move to castle. Sometimes in Fischer Random, the rook just hops on over.
Yes, it does, and white keeps delaying castling, and it's about time after bishop takes g5 to bring that last rook into the game. And Jeffrey thinking about which piece to recapture with. The bishop seems to be a lot more natural to me.
I agree, because you don't really want your queen out in g5. It's easier to get kicked around. So bishop takes g5 looks natural. Instead, he takes on f1 first. That was what he was deliberating about.
Ah, okay. So he wants the f file as well. He wants to bring the other rook to f8. That makes sense.
And so
white should probably take with a bishop. So that bishop takes g5 is not check.
Also, if you take with the queen, d4 hangs. So that's the big problem.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bishop takes f1, bishop takes f1, bishop takes g5, and castle queenside.
That looks to be
I think white's slightly better there. I mean, e6 pawn is weak. White's got the two bishops. All of the white's pieces are in the game. That knight from d2 eventually is going to move to f3 and control the e5 square.
I was just looking to see if white lost connection, because bishop takes f1 is like the only move here. The other captures don't make sense. We're just talking about queen f1 hangs the d4 pawn, knight f1 allows bishop takes g5 with check. So bishop takes f1, it's an odd recapture, but it's one that you have to make instantly.
Yeah, how often do you play bishop e2 takes f1 in a game? I guess it happens. Whoa, he took the knight.
That's really surprising, because that bishop takes g5 comes to check, and then e5 for black, and I feel like the board exploding can only be good for Jeffrey.
I see absolutely no redeeming qualities to the move knight takes f1, especially because it's going to slow down the process the rate at which white castles, and white might not even get a chance to castle if black starts attacking the d4 pawn.
Like bishop f6, I think that's a great point. And then you have to spend a turn defending d4, and then black plays e5, and white's king is not particularly happy.
Yeah, or even knight a5, knight b3 if white plays c3, which I think Jeffrey is trying to induce. No, that was a terrible move by Anton. And now I'm pretty confident that Jeffrey is going to win. If he had taken with the bishop, the position really simplifies, it clarifies. White castles, and winning that position would be really tough for Jeffrey.
For sure. But now it just seems like he gets the activity he needs to try to press and gain a true advantage, not just a symbolic one. So this is looking good for Jeffrey. I think the high-rated players, I've just been clicking on random games, they seem to be doing quite well in this opening round. But one player who's not doing very well is Liam Lay from Vietnam. And the reason why he's not doing well is you're going to look at the position and you're like, oh, this looks normal. Looks actually pretty decent for him. But then you're going to look at his bars of connection.
No.
Yeah.
I don't see any.
Exactly. That's the problem. Is he's down to 2 minutes and he's disconnected.
And he needs to reconnect. I think that he would probably even win this game within a minute, but he has 1 more minute, 2 more minutes to reconnect. That is tragic A tragic thing to happen so early in the tournament. Now, you need to finish in the top 8, but given the amount of monsters that we see in this tournament, you can't really afford to lose a game like this by disconnection.
No, you cannot. So let's go actually to the game, I think, between Den Laz and Mitraba, because that is a really tough. Oh, what was that game? That's just checkmate. Oh, that's 800.
That's not a Mitraba. Who is he playing? Den Laz.
Den Laz.
Wait, Den Laz is already playing a GM?
Yeah, what a difficult first round pairing. But in this event, when look at Mitraba's ratings, 2444. So underrated in Fischer Random. But Den Laz 2950 at 960.
That's a monster Fischer Random rating.
Yeah, he's a beast.
You can kind of see why. He's completely winning.
Yeah, look at Black's king. There are pieces staring at it. The D6 pawn is in trouble here. Knight C7 is Forkovich.
Right.
Is this just winning for white?
It's completely. I guess Black has to play something like Queen D8, but okay, I mean Knight B6 and okay, Queen D8 is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But white doesn't even have to do anything. Like white can play Rook HE1.
But I like your idea. Knight B6, then D5, then Knight takes D7 and C6. Just throw all your pawns forward.
Yeah.
Just push them.
D5, Knight E5, Knight takes D7, Queen takes D7, and C6.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's just
this is terrible.
A healthy protected pass pawn, and Den Laz going right for this line.
We know how amazing he is in classical chess. I mean, the fact that he's still an IM is honestly a great travesty.
Yeah, does he have his norms yet? I feel like he's, everyone just considers him a GM, just like Min, who is officially becoming a grandmaster. It's like one of those players where you see the IM title and like, wait, what? Double take here? No way.
Right. No, I'm sure he probably has the requisite norms. He's well over 2,500 FIDE. I mean, I could see him winning this whole thing. Like, honestly, he's that good.
And he's won Title Tuesday before, so he's definitely capable of winning a strong event. So why don't we continue heading on? I know
Hikaru?
Yeah, let's go back to Hikaru's game because that one's still going.
Still playing.
And there's a lot of tension in the position.
Yeah, but Hikaru's going to win this. And Hikaru has this style. You just know. And how do I know that quickly? Because he's got 6 minutes to 2. It's like, I should write a mini article on this. How to look at Hikaru's position and within 5 seconds be able to tell you that he's going to win. First of all, statistics are on your side because he wins 96% of his games. Number 2, he's got 6 minutes to white's 2 minutes. Number 3, all of his pieces are staring at the same pawn. If somebody's under this kind of pressure against Hikaru, they're not going to last. They're going to blunder something.
So you said all the pieces are staring at D4. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black pieces. Yeah, 6 black pieces are staring at D4, but white also has many pieces defending.
But not 6.
No, not 6.
and you can't move the D pawn because the F2 bishop is going to hang. You might think, oh, I can take on E5, but that doesn't work for like multiple reasons.
The Queen F5 check.
That does not even come close to working because the Rook on D1 also hangs.
Yeah, everything's a problem.
Queen
there.
C, yes. Queen C2 ED.
Queen C2 was a good decision though, because now after C takes D4 here for white, the C4 pawn is going to be loose in some variations. The F4 pawn is also not super well defended. The G6 pawn is targeted long term. So I really like that decision, but you need to move. So yes, do that, but then do that and that and that and do it quickly, please.
Yeah, 1 minute, even with a 2-second increment, Hikaru, the kind of pressure that he puts on you, you cannot sustain 20 seconds in a complicated middle game. But I cut you off. You were going to go to a different game than Hikaru's game, so now I feel bad.
No, don't feel bad. I was actually going to the game between Fabiano Caruana and his FM opponent because Fabiano's struggling in game 1. I mean, it's a very complicated position here, but I mean, not a clear advantage. And he does have a lead on the clock, but Danya, this looks like anyone's game because Black has, is that an extra pawn?
Black does have an extra pawn. It's a 5-on-4. There is a very nasty idea of Knight D5 to F4 check, which is not quite, no, that wins. Right now, the bishop is flat out hanging. And if you defend it with H5, Robert, then even Rook G8 takes G6 could be nasty.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's so many.
Oh, no. Then that doesn't seem to work, but Knight F4 check, of course, does.
So maybe white needs to play bishop F5 here so that Knight F4 is not a 4, and you're attacking D7. So despite the fact that black's up a pawn, white has his outside pass pawn that may not be so simple to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's why I think Fabi's going to win. I think if he plays bishop f5,
which he just did,
first of all, how is black going to defend d7? I don't see an obvious move here.
Well, a couple moves are coming in here. Knight f4 check was played, and
King G3, knight e2 check. So he's going after the other bishop, but that doesn't save d7.
No, it doesn't. In fact, after knight takes c3, you probably can still just, well, the rook on g8's hanging. So
you should take on g4. King takes g4. Knight c3, then rook takes d7 and dc. I think Fabi's h pawn is going to decide the game. I just have a feeling.
Also, that bishop on d6 is terrible.
Yeah. And the e5 pawn is totally immobilized by white's bishop. So, yeah, it's only a matter of time. h5, king g5. This is, practically speaking, undefensible.
And I realized I made perhaps a mistake here, that after knight takes c3, you just take back on c3. The d7 pawn cannot be defended. So you might actually want to leave a capture on d7 for the next turn. So Fabi with that h pawn, as you're saying, and the extra time, looks like he's going to take this one home, I would imagine.
For sure. King c6, black tries to activate his king, but no question in my mind that it's just a matter of time. Vladimir Fedoseev is also playing, my good friend. Let's check into his game.
The big fish.
He's playing ITK 04. You don't see those letters in succession every time in a row.
It's a Fischer Random username.
No, but there used to be a very strong women's grandmaster, Hana Itkis. But this is from Mongolia, so I don't think it's her.
Yeah, and it's someone who's playing quite well, though. And the knight on h1 is the only thing that looks Fischer Random about this position. And white is up a pawn. So Fedoseev has his hands full right now.
And also, a very important tactical point. After rook takes f1, king takes f1, you might say, well, queen f5 check wins the rook. But it doesn't. And it's not because of rook f4, because the knight controls that square. It's because of queen e2 to f3, or even knight h1 to f2. Both moves defend the rook on e4.
That's right. So that knight on h1 is coming to the rescue in a variation like that. And, well, Fedoseev is down quite a lot of time. So this tournament is super strong. Even in the first round, we see 2,700 GMs facing real difficulties.
You have so many upsets in Fischer Random. And it's only partly because you have a combination of the fact that these FMs and IMs are just generally strong, so they'd score upsets in Title Tuesday as well. But add on top of that the fact of the unusual arrangement of pieces, and you've got yourself a perfect storm for ridiculous tournament standings where FMs and IMs dominate the top.
That's right.
Just like in Title Tuesday. Hikaru won.
Hikaru did win.
Daniel lost. Yeah.
Daniel's not playing today.
Right. Daniel will play the next Fischer Random qualifier, though.
I did look, and Fabiano's about to win, so we don't need to go back there.
I think this might be the last game, no?
No, there are other games going. Jeffrey is still playing in a game that's making my head spin a little bit. So a bunch of games still going. But your buddy here, Fedoseev, I'm not sure. He's the one who's down on the clock. He's down a pawn. Ooh. And look at the eval bar going up. Wait, the 96, that's nice. That's a fake out here. Please take my knight on e6 because queen f5 check.
It's free. I blundered it. Oh, whoops. I forgot that the rook was defending the knight. Oh, no. But now it's hanging after knight f2. White is playing amazing. Yeah. Knight c to d3. And it's a healthy pawn, and the king is safe. And Fedoseev is trying to get his knight from g7 to f5, but that's not going to help produce that many chances.
No, and white can just play g3 here to shut down that bishop, later play king g2. Those knights, everything in white's position is defended except for that pawn on b3. So that's the one piece you probably wouldn't want to hang, and queen d5 threatens that pawn directly. So I would
Fedoseev, one of the most slippery players that I know.
Yeah.
Impossible to bring down. He will always find some trick.
And he might use the f file here because if, again, his rook on f8, queen on f5, things like that, and even a knight on f5, there are definitely going to be tactics. If bishop takes g3 already, something you have to look out for.
Yeah, and queen takes e4. And white gives the check on c3. So far, it has been playing knight g4, by the way, even here, is very nasty.
Ooh, knight f4 played instead.
God.
Looks
He's
really
so
good.
good. Knight G4 and White's winning.
Oh my
I
gosh,
think.
knight G4 threatens knight F6
Is
check.
that as nasty as I think it is?
It looks really nasty. And if you're super scared for some reason, you can just play with like queen C4, but I would not advise it. That's how players who have great positions go wrong against top level GMs. They try to trade queens, but after queen takes C4, you can't take with the rook because the E3 pawn is hanging. So knight G4 played. Oh my goodness.
Damn, girl. This guy is amazing.
Rook F8, only move probably.
Only move. Knight E6 walks into a discovery, so you should move your king maybe.
But there still might be a G5 because if you ever move that knight from F4, you might just get mated down the F file.
Yeah, no, totally. King E2, G5. He goes rook E6. What? That was a mistake. Well, that's a weird move. Knight takes G3 check.
No, knight G3 was a blunder. He wanted knight
because knight H6 mate.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Oh, my God. Okay, so now it's what? Knight F6 check is going to happen.
And then king H...
No, White's clearly losing the thread. I'm afraid he's going to play rook F6. No, he plays knight F6 check.
Is there some kind of draw by repetition? Not even, right? Because here, knight G7? Then rook F6.
No, rook F6.
Oh, my gosh. What is happening here?
Smokes. Queen takes F6. Queen F6.
Oh!
Or this.
Wait, so how is black just not winning now?
No, he is. But the eval bar is showing zeros. I guess it's because rook takes F7, rook takes F7. You give up the knight on these. No, Fedosev's going to win. What?
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh,
no!
Oh,
Oh my God. But rook F7, F8.
Wow, that was a mouse slip, clearly.
Oh, no. Oh my God, that is tragic right there. And I'm going to move back to Jeffrey's game. Oh my God.
And Jeffrey's up a queen and checkmating. But instead of rook takes knight, he allowed knight takes rook. Oh,
knight
Vladimir.
No, that's going to set him back big time. It's a long tournament, though, and you got to make it into the top 8. So it's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, but doesn't feel good, I would say.
No, it does not. And do we have any other games going?
Yeah,
we have Alexander Kostenyuk.
Oh, she's in the field. She just commentated for hours in the Women's Speeches Championship. That was a great match, by the way. Hou Yifan was down 6.5, 1.5 to Valentina Gunina, and then won the 3+1 and the 1+1 sections to win the match.
Wow, that's super cool. I was, of course, up to watch the match, as I usually am at 8 a.m.
Well,
Alexander's not going to win this.
No, against some FM kid who likes James Bond.
Right, 007, yeah.
So there's only one way black can win. Don't play bishop f4 here, because an h4.
Yep. You know how many games, how many time scrambles I've won like that? Endless amounts, but Alexander gives him a draw.
Okay, so I think we have one more game, but that game is just, it's like Entitled Tuesday when they're playing rook against rook. I see it's an Mboyan against your Dia.
No, there was one other one that just ended. It was, but let me click to the Mboyan game. Oh,
no, you don't even want to see. Yeah, like there's no progress to be made because black just moves the king forever.
All right, wake me up when it's all over, as the Avicii song goes.
Yeah, when you're wiser.
When I'm older.
And you're older.
How do I know those lyrics? And how do you know those lyrics? It's a random song.
Come on, man. I know things. Well, with round 1 in the books and the next round about to take part, we're going to take a very short break, but we'll return shortly here for round 2 of the Fischer Random World Chess Championship qualifier number 1. Stay tuned. return here in the second round of the World Fischer Random Chess Championship, qualifier number 1. Danya, not too many surprises in the first round, a few upsets here and there, but look at how strong the competition is. Hikaru Nakamura, after just one game, is playing Grandmaster Denis Boros.
And Denis Boros is a top Grandmaster slayer. He's a super strong blitz player, a force to be reckoned with, and we are just in round 2 of 9. So we are in for a treat, and I can't say that I'm in love with Hikaru's position here in the early going of this game. I'm going to leave you to commentate for 7 seconds while I turn the AC on.
I was going to say, can I say I'm in hate with this position while you're not in love with it? I mean, Black has all of the activity in the world, and White just feels like he's just trying to parry off the immediate threats. Now, the king on c7 is not that safe, and especially because that knight on f2 is at the hop right to d3 and cause a bunch of problems for Black here. And knight b6 allowing knight d3? No. Something I think is going wrong for Denis.
No, but how can you allow knight c3 like this? And he actually made it worse, because the rook on a6 is essentially going to get trapped if you lose. No, if you lose the pawn on c5, then, you know, society collapses. And society is about queen h5 is what he's aiming for, but now there's knight f4.
Knight f4 with tempo,
and then c takes d4. Ooh, or this. Brr.
Knight f4 now is a pretty big
little
threat.
move. Look at that, loading up the trebuchet. People in chat are not going to know what that is. Do you know what that is?
Yes. Why do you think that your references go over my head every time, like a trebuchet?
Because I was brought up in high school to think that my references are, you know, weird.
Did you hear me get your reference there?
I'm impressed.
Trebuchet, no, but I said, why do you think your reference will go over my head like a trebuchet?
Oh my god, that was amazing! Now I get it. Now I get it.
Anyone who's seen Lord of the Rings should more or less know.
Or played Age of Empires, which I was obsessed with. Now I'm going to make all these Game of Thrones references. I've discovered a new universe for myself.
Oh, well, I think Denis Boros' rook is exploring a new universe over here on a4.
And it's about to explore no universes when it gets picked off by the bishop.
Yeah, bishop b5. Oh, gosh, it's a skewer. And a rook trap at the same time.
No, it's a fork.
Yeah, you're right. It is a fork.
And a skewer. And even without the rook on e8, yeah, this is so funny. If there was no rook on e8, the rook would still be trapped.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal stuff. So,
okay,
Hikaru,
it's over.
Despite the lackluster start to the game, he's taking this one home. So let's move on maybe to another game, because we can trust Hikaru, and we'll see more of him later as he continues to rack up the points. How about this game between, I would say Shimanov and Kirill Alexienko, just because that's a heavyweight matchup. But I'm looking at their game, and it looks like standard chess.
Yeah, it's pretty sterile. It looks like a normal Grand Prix attack. That bishop on h1, once you play g3, it's a completely conventional piece. It's just a fianchetto. And
Black can just castle kingside by swapping the placement of king and rook. And then we have a pretty standard fare. But I actually think we should go to the Jeffrey Jean game, if you're cool with it, because Jeffrey is about to rip Maxime Lagarde's kingside to shreds. And I think Jeffrey's just feeling it right now.
Yeah, especially after surviving that first game. Oh my God, look at knight takes g7, bishop h6, and queen f6.
Done.
Game, set, match right here. And that's a critical detail, because otherwise Black would play queen d7, rook, any move, by the way. Queen f6, in which it is, oh, here you can't even cover on f7.
No.
But what I was going to show is that after you cover on f7, White can take g7, and you cannot take back because you're pinned.
Jeffrey's just feeling it right now. So he's up in exchange. His king is taking a walk.
He's losing. He's losing. Black took on g3 with check. I think that really changes the game.
No, I had to look, because I thought, did he blunder something like Fedoseev just did? Queen d6. Mate on a fate. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I was going to say queen g6 check and win the bishop at some point, but no. Queen f8 is mate in one.
What a tragic game for Lagarde.
17 moves.
Which is totally normal for Fischer Random. 17 moves, 20 moves. I mean, I've won and lost some games in 6 or 7 moves, and you miss some random bishop check that just happens to be made.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the Caruana game, 15 moves in, also completely winning at this point for Fabian, and a really nice tactic. If you just go back a move.
Oh, wow.
So f6 was played after queen g5 check here. So queen c5 was a double attack.
That's so cool. Queen c5 is a double attack, and queen takes g1 is mate.
Right. And
f6 is such a sexy move.
Because you're giving up your rook. Like, what are you doing, Fabiano? You give a pawn a check. You're giving up your rook on j, but queen takes g1 is check and mate.
Yeah, it is. Queen takes g1, and after the amazing, resilient defensive move, queen f1, queen takes f1, ends the game. Beautiful stuff by Fabiano, and forks galore in Fischer Random. Because the pieces are placed unconventionally, your mind is just not used to seeing a fork of a rook on g1 and a bishop on d5. This just doesn't happen every day.
No, it does
not. White
not.
made the sad move e3.
Yeah, I think you can safely resign at this point for White, but maybe play a few more moves. Fabiano, off to a great start as well.
He is indeed. Let's go back to the drawing board. We will entrust Fabiano the simple technique in this position. We have Denles. We have Vidit against Luca Moroni, who seems to be in a very interesting position. Shall we check that one out?
For sure. That's a big time matchup between the Italian Grandmaster and the Indian superstar. Vidit Gujrathi needs zero introduction. And I think that
has good position.
Up one pawn. And with the bishop pair.
Yeah, no. Past pawns a2b2.
Yeah, those pawns are going to run.
Yeah, I don't understand why this is only plus 1.9. This seems like a lot more to me, practically speaking.
Although it also feels like perhaps black can get something against the white king, but then you realize that none of those pawns can really move. And if that's the case, then there's no attack to be had. Like the you want to go move like f4 at some point, but you can't make it work.
Yeah. This looks terrible. This looks terrible. The one thing in black's favor is the time situation.
Right. And that's the only thing. Also, he is really up a lot of time. Maybe would have been better off spending that earlier and not reaching this position.
Rook EC8? Yeah, exactly. The time for spending time has passed. Rook EC8 is a good move, though, trying to keep the tension. When you're trying to come back in these types of positions, you want as much uncertainty, as much tension in the position as possible.
Yes, and especially with Vidit down to 3 minutes and under 20 seconds, this is still a complicated game. With the rooks on the open C file, that queen can go to E6 and maybe try to make progress there. I feel like black, it's not out of it.
Yeah, this is a game. This is an absolute game. I want to check out Gamski's game. I'm curious if you don't mind.
No, the legendary,
of course, Gata has a totally normal position. We would never be able to tell that this is Fischer Random. The only potential giveaway is the placement of black's DSB.
Yes, the bishop on B8 is a little awkwardly placed, but this looks incredibly normal.
Yeah, leave it to Gata to have like a symmetrical position, a London system type position to Fischer Random game.
Also, his opponent is rated over 29.
Yeah, what the heck?
Oleg Gubanov?
Gubanov?
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah, Gubanov.
It's a Ukrainian international master. So clearly not an easy pairing, but God is like, you know what? I'm the stronger chess player. Let's turn this back into the random, lose the randomness, get back to the regular game.
No, God is going to outplay him here, and you just know it. If you want to know how to play equal positions, look at Gatakamski's games. The way he just massages seemingly boring positions with no action is amazing. 6 moves later, you're tied up in knots, and Gata's moving his knight from A8 to E4, about to deliver the death blow.
Did you watch Gata's series on chess.com, by the way?
No, I shouldn't I?
He did like his best endgames, and the first video is his win over Karpov. And I watched this video, and like, first of all, you beat Karpov. You're the man. But then I was watching just like him explain, and his technique was unbelievable. His recognition about little pawn moves and how he didn't want to give Karpov even an inch of counterplay. Mm-hmm. The guy is a famous legend.
Gata's amazing at positional chess. People don't realize how amazing at positional chess he is. It's like watching a symphony of pieces. Every piece moves to the right square. Just watching him play Blitz. When he's streaming and playing Blitz, I'm watching because it's just a concert. It's like attending the San Francisco Symphony or something. It's just like it's amazing. If
Well,
you're a fan of chess, all you need is to watch Gada's games, even with no commentary.
well, his opponent doesn't find Gada particularly amazing right now because it looks like Gada's getting the upper hand. He just simply takes this pawn on e4, and after bishop takes e4, there's d5, which hits the bishop and opens up the DSB to the f4 pawn.
Right. Oh, and there we go, d5. And what's amazing, the other bishop protects the rook. Both rooks are protected. Every piece is defended.
I wonder
tactics.
if White might have forgotten about that because e4 is a move that just hangs your f4 pawn. So he must have thought after CD, ED that bishop takes h7 check would work. Of course, as you point out, it does not with the bishop on h5.
Yeah, rook takes e8, and we forgot that the bishop can simply take back. Trouble brewing in Abby Core's camp. I think this is a win for Gada.
When you said that, I thought you were referring to some kind of like British, castle from back in the day. You're like Abbey Core's camp. I was like, what?
We're coming back to Abico this morning.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what you're referring to. Down
paying
here.
us a visit.
Where should we go to next?
Let's go to Dothrakia. Let's go to there's Denlas. He's in an end game. I'm looking.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Chessbar. Jospim is also playing. Oh, but Jospim's winning.
All right, let's check out Jospim. He has a lot of minor pieces, and White doesn't.
Yeah, he's up a couple.
Does he have 2 pieces?
He is. I didn't count it first.
How did that happen? Can I see how that happened?
Yeah, go back into this game. It was very strange.
So we have normal symmetrical development. F6. Oh, he's okay. I mean, I would imagine White moves the knight from e5, but why would you do that? So White decided to blunder a piece.
No, but watch what happens here. Look at this. Knight c6, queen
knight c6. Another what?
Because if you take on d5.
Oh, it's queen d8 in May. That's beautiful.
Yeah, we should show that, right? So queen takes d5, queen d8. You can't block with the knight on c8 because you drop your queen on d5. And so that means you should block with your bishop, but then knight d7 is a cool little mate back there.
Lovely, lovely idea. But unfortunately, White has sacrificed so many pieces that Black is not obliged to take any more of them.
No.
And after the simple queen b6 and a5, very nice move, creating luft for the king and preparing queen b4, Jospin was easily able to beat back the attack and force the queen trade. I don't know why White is not resigning.
Just playing a few more moves and probably will resign shortly.
Oh, now he's up 3 pieces.
Oh my gosh.
Up. Oh no, he's still up 2 pieces. I apologize.
Let's checkmate on c2. So
yeah. There we go. Resignation.
Okay, so Jocelyn gets a win. I mean, we overlooked Jose's game because we were only looking at Hikaru and Fabiano and Vidit and Jeffrey Zhang and Gamski. So yeah, that's how strong this field is.
Yeah, incredible. We have Hikaru who's still playing, but that game has not been interesting for a very long time.
No, it has not.
Black is just down a ton of material. Vidit is still playing. We have Gada. We have Chessbro. Let's check out Chessbro's game.
Can we just look at one thing quickly before we go to Chessbro? Sorry.
Of course.
Let's look at Shimanov against Kirill Aleksenko because the last move by Aleksenko was brilliant.
All right. Oh, bishop g7, h6.
Yeah, what a move.
If queen takes h6, queen b6 is the idea?
Yep.
So if you take this poisonous bishop, bang, king has to go up. And now queen f2.
Checkmate is coming with the bishop coming back.
And rook f3.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Bishop c8, not mate yet. White still has g4. And then another one. And another one. And then it's checkmate on g4.
And he's taking it. So the game is nearing its conclusion with queen b6 check. But bishop h6, what a move, a distraction tactic. Shimano probably thought he was doing okay there, about to win the e4 pawn and help his king out. But now, unfortunately for him, there's a d3 check. And after the king moves, you've got bishop b7, and the white king has no defenders.
Right.
It's even material,
still,
though.
King h1. I mean, why is this minus 8,000?
Because bishop b7, and then you can do what was it called? A staircase with the queen?
Oh, yeah, staircase, queen b6, c6, c5, d5, d4, e4.
Yeah, you can get all the way up there if you want, and then go rook f2 at some point and go for checkmate.
Yeah, or rook takes b2, maybe.
Ah.
Queen d4, also good. Simple and good. You're going to lose b2 and
yeah, rook f2, rook b2, all that stuff.
Actually, you cannot play after bishop g2. You want to be very careful. Rook b2 actually loses.
Because there's a bishop d5 at the end. That's nice. So yeah, you just play rook f2 here.
Yeah, rook f2 crushes. Simply crushes.
Alexenko too strong right now.
Yeah, what a crazy field. Everybody. Rook takes... How do you finish this off, though? Do you go rook bf8 here? Yep.
He answered the question before I could. Yeah, I'm happy about that, because I would be like, I don't know. No, he just doubles up. And I think you can even play rook takes g2 now.
And bishop b7.
Bishop b7 is going to hurt so badly.
And queen d7. No, I mean, you cannot survive without a light squared bishop.
Wait, there's also immediately... Oh, no, never mind. I thought I had a back rank checkmate available.
Like bishop b7 immediately?
Something like that, but I don't think I get it. But
yeah somehow... G2. But are there any alternatives? Rook e2.
Giving up the queen to get a new one.
Oh, that's beautiful. And that new one is going to deliver checkmate.
Yeah.
Black simply takes back. Oh, and try this on. Rook f1 is even nicer.
Oh, you're such a bully.
You know what I love about this? What makes this so aesthetically pleasing is how that pawn used to be a D pawn and now it's an F pawn.
Yes.
It moves from D3 to E2 and then from E2 to F1.
Yeah, that's actually just a nasty finish.
Just gorgeous. Rook E2 is such a nice move.
Well, Alexenko just played a great game. Bishop H6, seeing every single tactic and giving his opponent no shot. And 10 seconds left for Shimanov. This one's over.
He sees everything.
So
5 seconds.
Yeah, Shimanov.
Hikaru won.
Shocking. Hikaru Nakamura won a game? No.
Hikaru really? 101. Vidit is in a time scramble though, but he's completely winning.
And I look back at the Chesscom game, by the way. So you mentioned that one earlier.
Oh yeah, I wanted to revisit that one.
We definitely should, because right now Eric is quote unquote down in exchange, but he's the one with the upper hand. But what is happening with that king on d4?
Yeah, that king could easily get checkmated. King take. Can you take that pawn on e4?
No, because after king e4, there's king f2 and rook e3 mate.
There we go. So Chesscom knows what's good for him. He goes back to c5. I can see why black is. Whoopsie! There goes the rook.
You're gonna say I can see why black is better, weren't you?
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I wanted to point out the knight on e5, but I didn't even think that this was a possibility.
Yeah, that's a sad oversight. But the position from a practical point of view was immensely difficult, if not already losing for white.
But okay, yeah. We have a couple of games still going. We have Twitch. We have Elham, who is a very, very strong player, by the way.
How is this game with both players down in time trouble, but it looks like they're on move, 15?
Elham's game?
Yeah.
Yeah, white has 4 seconds and black has 30 seconds.
And what is this position?
And white is apparently completely winning there.
But not anymore.
No, Elham's not going to survive this with 2 seconds.
Oh, but he's going to
a fork on e6.
Yeah, he's going to a6 as well if a takes b5.
Uh-oh.
But there's b4 for black. He's super careful.
96.
Okay, so a6 played and...
b4, queen a4.
That's huge, because otherwise you're just losing.
I think... Move!
Wait, does it bishop takes e5 here? And if a, b, b, c?
But then queen a8, 96. Your king runs to d6.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's made in 3. Queen a6.
And take on
it's
c6.
Over. It's all over. Daniel lost. Queen a6, and it's fine.
That's never going to get old.
No, it's not.
It's checkmate. Wow. Elham had mere seconds on his clock, and yet he's the one who wins on time and on the board in the end.
Wait, Alexenko drew.
No way.
He didn't win that.
How is that possible?
He allowed a perpetual. He played rook e2. Okay, Shimanov took with the other rook, which makes sense. Rook d8, queen c6. Now he played a howler, queen d1.
Oh my!
Should have gone bishop c4 probably, but maybe he already messed it up a little bit.
I mean, he can just go queen f2, right?
Oh yeah, queen e6 check,
and then move your king to f8. You have no more checks.
Yeah, king f8.
Yeah,
That's
queen
it.
f2 is just simple.
He played queen d1 and left his king out to dry. And
Wow.
this is a simple perpetual. Incredible. And he had time too.
I mean, he was playing such a nice game. So the moment we
Strange.
leave, he needed us to watch him, Danya. It's our fault.
No supervision. By the way, there's one game still going, and it's Denlaz's game. And I think Denlaz is going to win this. Even though objectively it's... Oh, king e4, king f3. King f4!
Oh, he went the wrong way. He's still going to win.
But he's still going to, yeah. Before knight 3.
Yeah.
Okay, White's gonna blunder a fork.
I didn't even look at the clock, but now that I'm looking at it, yeah, b4, b3. Look, king e3 to f4.
Huh. So he's allowing active defense. Yeah, this is the worst placement for black's pieces. Don't go king e3.
Definitely don't do that. Bishop ran away. If b4, what's he going to do after b4? Is bishop back?
I mean,
to
eventually
G7?
he has to try b4.
Well, the knight's well positioned because the white king can't get out of this box here, can't get to the third rank. But the problem is the black king also can't go anywhere when the bishop's on g7.
I'm trying to figure out b4. There's almost bishop takes b4, which is insane, but it almost works.
I don't think it quite does, but yeah, it is really close. Oh,
he tries it.
Wait, but just king takes.
No, but king d3. How actually do you win that?
Then I go king c4. Yeah.
Oh, 93. King e4, king
knight
e4,
f1,
king
knight
e4.
h2. Knight f1, knight h2.
Oh, that's so...
Yeah.
That's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Knight h2. Yep.
See, that is so easy to miss, but I was thinking, as long as the knight can get very far away from the king, it's winning.
Yeah. King d4, and you shoulder the king out of the way.
Oh, that's actually quite a sad way to lose the game.
Incredible.
But I wonder if Foggy Morning thought that the position was lost regardless. So it's like one of those positions where you think, I'm going to lose.
And he also has no time, and he just probably got impatient.
Yeah, lose if I do, lose if I don't kind of moment. So we're 2 rounds in the books. I want to remind everybody, for those of you who may just be getting here or don't remember, this is the World Fischer Random Chess Championship qualifier. The live event will take place in Reykjavik, Iceland from October 25th to 30th. You see 3 faces on your screen, Grandmasters So, Carlson, and Gretarsson. And this is just the first qualifier. The top 8 from today will move on to knockout, and then the winner of that knockout will get their place in Iceland. So round 3, Danya, where should we start? Oh my gosh, Sevien versus Nakamura. I think the answer is obvious.
That answer is definitely obvious. And okay, what do we have here? We have the bishops on e1 and f1. We have queen in the middle there on c1.
Okay, so
now my instinct is to start with something like d4 or e4.
Yeah, I like e4. In fact, a lot of the top players have said that even though the pieces are scrambled, that playing in the center is their preferred strategy. So Sevien says, why not? And something important to note, Danya, not a single pawn is hanging in the starting position.
Right. And an interesting insight, by the way, is that when there is a pawn which can be attacked on the first move, you sometimes don't want to attack it. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean you want to play it.
Right.
Like, if there's a move like g3, which opens up, or f3, which opens up a queen on g1 that's attacking a7, doesn't mean you want to play it.
Yeah, it's one of those, the threat is stronger than the execution type of moments. And right here, Hikaru thinking, and it's not because he's unfamiliar with Fischer Random, but this is how it works. Is you really want to figure out the best plan. You don't just want to move with your hand. You need to think. So here, is he going to play for a c5 push? I don't think so. That opens up the diagonal towards his king and might even just blunder a pawn with queen f4 check. So yeah, he's going to have to figure this out now. Maybe he'll go. I thought he was going to knight f6 because
F6. I was going to say that there's f6 and knight f6. There's 2 approaches. You can go for limiting and restricting, but then you delay your own development. I would have even considered c4 there.
Did you call?
No. That loses. Oh my God, that loses on the spot.
Yes.
Oh my God. That is a great example of why a lot of Fischer Random games end. Like, look at this.
Just done. You have to block with your queen.
Immediately.
As James Candy would say, don't block with your face.
H5 we live.
But I was about to ask you, Donnie, is this the same starting position as Hikaru had in the first game? But then I remember that the white knight went to g3 and he went h5. So it looks similar, but it's not exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. That's a great insight. Hikaru playing bishop e8 to c6. So clearly, he is going largely for restriction here. He's preventing the move e4. He is restricting the knight on f3 with the pawn on f6. And I will be interested to see whether he tries something like knight f7 and e5. That's one idea that comes to mind. Maybe g6, bishop h6. Yeah, I don't know.
No, but your point is well taken, that his moves look odd. F6 and then bishop c6, but he defended his pawn d5 and he stopped e4 all at once. So what is White's plan now? I would think maybe e3, bishop d3, pawn e4, but it's not like Black is going to sit and do nothing. As you just point out, the knight can develop, he can play for e5, things like that. So I like how Hikaru has played the early stage.
Yeah, bishop d2, if you have to play a move like that, a little bit awkward. You know what he might be aiming for here is queen c1 to e1, and Hikaru just in time bringing his knight over to d6.
Whoa.
Oh, de d5. That's his idea. I like it.
But that's just a pawn sack, right? Like de4, d5, bishop takes d5, and then...
Yeah, I guess I don't like it.
Man, I mean, it's interesting, which is what we say whenever we don't like something.
You're not developed enough.
Right.
Because bishop f4, a lot of people would think, oh, I can attack c7, just Black plays e5, and it's okay.
Whoa. You see the eval bar? It went sky high.
DC. Oh my god, it's +4.
Yeah,
wait,
so
why did Hikaru allow a pawn to get to c6?
That I'm not sure about. He took on g2 here, which apparently was really off.
No, but already the mistake came before, which is here he didn't play bishop takes d5. Why would you allow White's pawn to get to c6?
I don't know.
But Sevien a4, this looks atrocious for Black.
The king is never going to... So the one thing we can't forget about Dunne, I was about to say the king can never find shelter, but if the knight on g8, the bishop on f8, and this takes a long time, and the queen move, then the Black king can castle all the way over to the king side.
That might be your only hope at this point.
That Sevien forgets about it.
That somewhere a million miles away, there's a, there's someone waiting for you with open arms. But that's going to take so long to engineer.
No, that was just a humongous blunder, oversight by Hikaru. I mean, just we don't see this very often.
No, not this level of misjudgment. And White has so many ideas here. A4, A5. There's the idea of playing rook d1 and putting a rook on d7. I mean, it's just an all-you-can-eat buffet of options for White.
And Sevien, he's a hungry, hungry boy. He's looking forward to the buffet here. And you're right that Black just has no coordination, zero development, and you're up a pawn, but you're the one who's in a world of trouble.
You're the one who knocks. Yeah, A4, knocking on the door of Black's king. Trouble is brewing.
Ouch.
Winter is coming.
So should we stay here? Should we look at
let's go around a little bit and then come back to this game maybe.
So many great pairings right now.
Yeah, I know. There's a very Jeffrey has a very interesting position.
Yeah, I was just checking that out.
Against Sventika. I am from Croatia.
And I
think Jeffrey's just much better.
What's the material count? Oh, Jeffrey's on a pawn. He stole an A2 pawn, it looks like.
Oh, on move 2.
Oh my gosh. And he stole.
Oh, he blundered. What a blunder. Oh, and White had castles. Look at this move. And White is lucky that he had that move. No, but this is in queen A4. And then he didn't take on A7. Oh my God, look at this. Queen A7, knight B6, and White loses on the spot.
Yeah, because rook A8.
It wins the knight on A1 with mate.
That's that's so sad.
That's hilarious. Well, that's the result of not developing any pieces in Fischer Random and moving your queen.
Yeah, well, when you blunder your pawn A2 and then have to castle immediately just to avoid losing an exchange, these things happen.
Okay, so Sven tried to create counterplay, but Jeffrey playing this very, very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, still a little bit of activity that Black has to deal with here.
For sure. I'm just looking at so many good games. We have Gamski playing against Jospin. We have Denlaz taking on David Navarra.
Oh, okay. I'm always interested in Gamski's game.
I just don't know exactly what's happening, but I like the way Gamski's positioning his pieces.
Let's pull up that game. Huh. +3. Jeez. +6. It's +6.
Oh, okay. Well, there's going to be an F6 tactic for sure. The bishop on E7 is trapped.
Do you play knight H5 here?
Oh, you would. Oh, you know what? You might play as knight D5.
Knight D. Oh, to open up the C file.
Yeah, and there's the D6 pawn is pinned as well, so there'll be some rook C5 stuff.
And after knight E5, do you go F6?
I think I would just go F6 or D4 or anything.
Yeah.
That's so sad. He went knight H5 and then Jose went knight D. If Jose Martinez somehow does not lose this game, it will just be a testament to his just crazy maneuvering skills because his position is as awful as it gets.
Yeah, but he can back out of anything. And I think Gata may have missed knight F8 to D7 because without that move, the dual threats of F6 and knight F6 would have ended the game immediately.
But don't you love how even if he missed it, he just put A3, which is a good move. He's like, I'm gonna play B4. My bishop on G3, staring down the diagonal on your queen on C7. B4 threatens to take on C5 or play B5. I'm opening up lines in front of Black's king.
Yeah, this is what Gata does.
Gata. Just
you gotta tip your hat.
Oh boy, we're at this part of the day, are we?
We are at this part of the day. Hey, it's already pretty late, you know. When I get tired, you know what starts happening.
I'll forgive you preemptively. Don't worry.
Okay, what else do we have on the menu? We have Caruana. We have.
How about the Chess Bra? Oh my gosh, another fascinating game from him.
Let's check it out. And he is playing none other than Benjamin Bach. And I feel like Eric had this exact type of knight in the previous game, and now he's facing one.
Yeah, but his queen on B5, rook on B1. This is when you're happy to have double pawns. Because if the C3 pawn was sitting on B2, then you wouldn't have these open lines towards the black king. So
very true.
I mean, it's not like White's king is that safe either, right? H4 is coming. I don't see a checkmate for White.
Well, queen B6 check. You could. What if you start with queen B6 check? So let's say H4, queen B6.
Okay, can I just drop my king back?
I'll go A5.
Oh, you're just gonna A5, A6 me?
Also, rook takes D6. That's what I'm gonna do to you.
Ah, yeah, no, it's sad.
So evil. Queen takes D6 in black's position, crumbles.
Yeah, E5, E6, B8, C5. Just leave me alone.
Bishop functions so well as both a defender and an attacker. These kinds of pieces win games.
Well, that's why I like the move that Benjamin just played, is instead of playing H4, which doesn't really threaten anything, he put his rook on F8 because now he's directly attacking this bishop on F4.
Ah, so he's threatening to capture it because of the pin. And he's forcing Eric to put his cards on the table, so to speak. He has no time to waste.
Yeah, and rook F1, that means your rook is distracted away from these rook takes D6 sacrifices, which may mean H4 comes at the right time because then there's rook takes F4, H takes G3. It's getting really spicy.
It is indeed. And so bishop E3 maybe with the idea of bishop takes C5.
But can I still play H4?
That looks totally wrong. No, I've given up a huge attack here with H4. Yeah. Huh. And bishop G2.
Oh, what a calm move.
Such a calm move.
Protected the bishop on F4 by simply blocking the file.
And now once again, queen B6 and rook takes D6 is somewhat of a threat.
Looks like a pretty huge threat. So maybe Benjamin has to sack on F4 and then bring his knight over to H4. But it's interesting, but I don't think it's actually leading to a checkmate.
Oh, rook takes F4, GF4, and then knight F3 check.
And then knight to H4.
Uh-huh. Boom, boom, boom. It's definitely promising, especially in White's time pressure. But after rook D2, what's your follow-up? Because you can't move the rook from B8.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to make like a queen takes C3, some kind of neutral looking move. But yeah, no, this is clearly good for White. I'm getting desperate.
Yeah. No, totally. As you should, because the attack is coming.
It is indeed. So it looks like Eric is going to go to 3 out of 3. He's in good shape right there with the white pieces. Black's counter doesn't look so promising. And
Right.
how is Hikaru? Oh gosh.
How's Hikaru doing? Did
Yeah,
you just
no.
answer your own question?
Yeah.
I want to take
I-
a look. Oop.
I clicked and it's not looking pretty.
Let's take a gander. Well, I don't think it's gotten any worse since the opening, though. That's the good news.
Oh! Oh!
Knight b6.
Sorry, can you repeat what you were just saying?
Knight b6.
Oh,
What a move.
let's show why that queen sack was so devastating.
I mean, it's simple, but it's so lovely. Queen takes d2. Queen takes d2.
You can't even put it on the board.
I
That's
can't even
just-
put it on the board. Doesn't want to play it. Rook e8 check. And it's mate. Look at that. Amazing. Bang. So Hikaru was
man.
forced to resort to bishop d6. Now, do you want to take black's rook on a8? Is that the best that white can do?
Nah, probably just knight d7 check.
And then king c8 and like bishop, yeah.
Just like go after the f5 pawn. I mean, black's pieces are not playing.
Yeah, or queen d5 there. Rook e6, really anything. Great example of the knight being stronger than a rook.
But he went a5, which induced b5 like just a couple moves ago, and then put his knight on b6. It was really nicely done there by Sevien, seeing the checkmating net. And well, Hikaru, he can escape even the worst positions usually, but this is just
a5, b5, knight b6, lovely
Yeah.
tactical recognition by Sevien.
what a mating net he organized over there. So Sevien looking really good. And someone else who's looking promising today is Den Laz, who beat David Navarre. That game is officially over.
Mm-hmm. We have Rustemov against Vidit. We have Caruana. Rustemov Vidit is a pretty boring position. Caruana has a crazy position against Maxim Chigaev, who's I think just crushing Fabi.
It looks like it. The G2 pawn is the target. The only way Fabi can claim counterplay is if his E or F pawns start really marching up the board. But the bishop on 8, what a sniper from the corner.
The other problem is that if you play queen d3, you walk into knight takes e5. So you have to play queen c3, which he does.
But why don't I think black should increase the firepower? Queen c6, giving up the knight on c4, but the rook takes g2 threat is too powerful.
Great move. And if rook f3, you can queen takes f3 anyway.
Oh!
And rook g1 mate.
Another sick queen sack.
I mean, when all of your pieces are looking at your opponent's king like that, there's always going to be these types of ideas.
That's really nice.
Queen c6 is a lovely retreating move.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. Like just game-ending tactic.
What do you think? Does he find it?
Yeah.
Queen c6, maybe queen h3 stays in the game.
Then knight takes then f6. I see what you're saying.
My idea, yeah.
Yeah, you're just trying to distract black's pieces from the attack.
Of course, even that is completely winning. Black can go rook g6 probably, and you cannot push f7.
Right, but it starts just to feel a little bit uncomfortable, even if it's not anything too troubling for black. You start feeling worried.
But other than queen c6, I mean, you have to involve your queen in the attack. The rook and the bishop are not sufficient material to crash through on the king side.
By the way, just a quick note that Gamski it's not over yet officially, but he is beating Jose Martinez. What a game by Gata. What a player he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's been beating him the entire game.
Yeah, just wanted to.
He's up 2 pieces. Okay, I think he's going to win. Did you josp him?
Whoa. Sventika against Jeffrey Zhang.
What's going on there? I'm clicking through it. Oh my God, is Sven winning?
No, he's just surviving though. He blundered a pawn on move 2, and it looked like he was in huge trouble. And now we're in an endgame where I think actually Jeffrey might still win this.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going through my head right now. Because I feel like low-rated players, even if they're super strong, they tend to get very nervous in these types of endgames.
Yes.
I would just go rook f1. Or no, rook f1, maybe rook takes h2, and the black king makes a mad dash toward f5.
Yeah, but there's like rook f7, rook f6 kind of stuff. I think that you're probably right that that's still equal. But we've talked about this a lot in the last few days, that people often like to be down material if it means they get activity. Who likes to sit with their rook on h1, completely paralyzed by this rook on h3, which is looking across the third rank as well. So he does go rook f1, and he should be able to hold this.
Okay, just back to f7 pre-move.
Right?
Rook f7, draw. I wonder what Jeffrey has up his sleeve, because if we rewind a little bit earlier, I thought that Jeffrey would go king e6 and king f5, which is a risky continuation. You could lose that.
Right.
Because white's b-pawn is really fast. Okay, draw.
He might go king b5, king a6, then rook h5. He's not going to make a draw anytime soon.
You're right. Rook h5, d. How can white lose that, though? Come on.
Right. The problem for black is that you're not actually really up a pawn because you've double B pawns, and white's one pawn takes care of two, which means it's actually even material if you think about it in terms of a passed pawn perspective.
So white just goes d4 here? Or is there something wrong with it?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah, just d2, d4.
Yeah, it looks like white has enough here.
Yeah.
Although maybe
for sure.
He went king b. I thought he was going to go pawn b5 and try to put a pawn on b4, but instead he's going for. Ooh.
You can't play king b4. He goes rook g3. He tries to keep twisting his way into more and more activity.
Yeah, Jeffrey wants rook king b4.
King b4. Sven has to be accurate here. d5.
d5, maybe rook.
It's rook d5, d6. Just push the pawn at e7 ASAP.
Okay, rook g. Yeah.
King c5 though. King c5.
Oh wow. Wait a second. King c5. What's white's response?
No, he took. And now it's a dead draw.
Yeah, because d6, d7, and rook g7 at the end.
Good stuff by Sven Tika.
Wow, what a save there.
And the clock is Tika, but I think he's got enough of it.
Sevien, by the way, has officially defeated Hikaru Nakamura.
Incredible. What a game. What a game.
What a game. What a player. Oh my gosh, this Hansen game.
It's getting crazy.
Well, it's not as crazy as it was because Hansen had to sacrifice his queen, and he has two rooks for that queen, but that's not what he wanted.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. I think this game is safely, we can say, will end in a draw. This is Chessbra against Benjamin Black. No, Black is the only one who can win now. White's pawns are falling one after the other. They're indefensible.
Right.
And there's another one.
I mean, the way that Bach has played this has been unreal. If you see how he got here, he just showed it very, very quickly. He made moves like knight to c4, sacrificing his knight, and then just was able to barrel through at the white king, excuse me.
He went for your idea, but he went rook g8, bishop h3, a frontal assault on the bishop, and bang.
Because knight e3 is coming, so he had to take that.
Incredible. He had to take it. Now the discover check is so deadly that you must disassemble it at all costs, and that means giving up your queen.
And what do you make of the live position, Danya, where we see it's a queen and one pawn versus the pair of rooks? I mean, it feels like Black is better, of course. But if you make a move like h4, you could quickly get yourself in some trouble, right? Like a rook g2, take over the g file. I could see that turning around if Benjamin doesn't play accurate.
I think Benjamin should play this very slowly. I think he should bring his pawn to b4, and then maybe even get your king around to like b5 or c4, and just squeeze. And of course, you have to see the forks when they arise.
Yeah. And I think that Black can freeze white, like rook e3 to stop queen c3 check will be met by queen h4.
Attacking everything and just keeping white at bay is what you're saying.
Yeah, like you have to play with like rook g3, and now all your pieces are just stuck together because f4 is loose. He doesn't even need queen h4. He says, just push those pawns.
Maybe rook g5 now, but I don't see Hansen pulling this off.
No. Queen b2, good choice.
Rook e2. Where's the crusher? Is it just c4 and b3?
I think at some point it is, but then the Black king is a little bit more vulnerable as well.
And the two rooks can combine to stop a passed pawn, even if it's very far advanced. h4.
So h4, exactly. Oh, and under 20 seconds is Bach. This is actually getting to be a bit of a scramble here.
Go h4 and then go c4 and b3. Distract the white rook. Make it go after the h pawn.
That's a good call. And look at hand to quickly bring this king over to f2.
Mm-hmm.
Bach down under 10 seconds as well. h4
Okay,
played.
there's h4. And when is he going to go c4? Well, not here. Queen g7, queen g3.
Oh, rook g5 is very necessary. e5. He's trying to get at the black king.
He is. That's might be his only hope at this point.
Okay, ed.
You've got to take.
And then play rook f2 and push your pass pawn.
He pushes it immediately, but is there a fork?
There's
Queen f6. Queen f6
then,
simply.
Oh my goodness. And he's not going to be able to keep the pawn.
Well, rook h5, you got to try, but
C4,
queen g7,
right?
queen g3.
Oh, even better. I thought you were just going to go c4 and push the pawn, but queen g3 wins the h3 pawn.
Also,
and
totally
queen f3
good.
check. Queen f3 check wins the rook on h5.
Okay, how? Because king e1,
Whoa.
he goes b3 first. Wait, what? What? What is he doing?
f6, he's going to lose.
He's losing. Rook takes c2. Rook takes c2.
Oh my
No.
gosh, you got a queen first? Why?
Oh my god, rook takes c2.
Okay, this is anybody's
Rook g4.
game.
Queen d5. Eric might. No, this is gonna be a draw now. That's sad.
Wow, what a
What did
ridiculous
Benjamin just?
tournament.
What was b3 at the worst possible moment?
And if anyone wins this game, it's likely white. Where's your king going? Be careful.
Well, white has a perpetual in his pocket.
Yes, just keep checking.
How opportunistic is Eric?
That's the big question here. You have to be to qualify from an event like this.
No, but okay, więc maybe.
Rook d2 is queen e6 check.
Obviously, have to be very careful not to lose one of your rooks.
There. So rook f3, queen e4. Just because h5, I like that move.
It's a 3-result game.
It really is.
King e5 blunders a queen.
Yeah, that's inadvisable. Oh, queen d7, second discoveries.
King
King
f3,
d5,
king e5, rook e4, king f5.
Mm-hmm. Rook e3.
King g5.
Okay, Eric just wants.
Okay.
Oh, he's playing for a
Benjamin
win.
going for it. Rook g2 is a draw, though.
Oh, queen h3? What's happening here?
King f2. You're holding on.
Oh, but for dear life.
Oh, where do you go? Rook e4.
Rook e3 would have lost. Queen h2. Queen h2. Queen g1.
Oh my! No, king takes d3 there.
No, he would have won. No, the queen g3 was mate. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, it's mate. Oh my god, Eric's gonna win.
Oh my goodness.
Or is he? Is it gonna be a perpetual?
King c2, rook d3 of some sort. Oh, he made the draw. We have to show that real quick.
That is so nutty. Queen h3. Yes, right here.
So
check
queen
on
h2. Your rook is under attack on d2, which means your king needs to go to the e file. Or your king e3. Queen g3 is mate.
Are you kidding me? And king e1, queen g1 is mate.
Yeah.
That would have ended the game on the spot. Huh. Unbelievable.
And Eric missed a win because he could have taken on c2 before promoting. So what a wacky game that was.
Yeah, I cannot believe he didn't do that. I mean, this is easy. Take and then make a queen. That's it. And you easily hide from black's checks.
It's just a nerve-wracking situation. The player did not have much time. But it is time for a break. 3 rounds are in the books. We've seen some players jet out to a perfect score like Denis Lazovic. We have Elham. We have Sam Sevien and others. So Gamski, I know you're a fan of his. He is also the perfect score. But right now, we want to remind everybody of the history of chess. So chess.com is proud to release the documentary, The History of Chess, a reflection of us. This unique video covers the origin and spread of the game, its champions and developments that have shaped chess as we know it today. It also features interviews and insights from great players and creators such as Vishwanathan Anand, Alexander Kostenyuk, Bruce Pandolfini, Ben Feingold, and of course, Daniel Wrench. Watch it today at go.chess.com/history of chess. We will see you shortly for more from the World Fischer Random Chess Championship qualifier.
Dating back to 6th century India, Chaturanga is the earliest known form of chess and bore similarities to today's game. Variations of the game spread to the Sassanid Empire, or modern-day Iran, where they were taught to nobility. After hundreds of years, these early versions slowly converged into the modern game we enjoy today. Chess traveled east to China, where it evolved into a game called Xianqi. The game also traveled west, as Islam swept through Arabia, North Africa, and the Iberian Peninsula. By the Middle Ages, chess was being played throughout Europe. The game reached Mongolia through Silk Road routes, and Genghis Khan spread chess throughout the empire in the 1200s. As the European Renaissance ushered in an era of rebirth, chess became popular with the artists, scientists, and religious leaders who dominated Renaissance culture. In fact, it was a Catholic priest, Ruy López de Segura, who in 1561 published one of the earliest and most influential books on the game, which documented the priest's opening theories, including his namesake, the Ruy López, which is still a common opening nearly 500 years later. The 18th century ushered in an era of revolutions, most notably on the American continent, in France, and even in global industry. Napoleon Bonaparte was known to play chess with his generals. Benjamin Franklin, a founding father of the United States, was an avid chess player who penned the essay, The Morals of Chess, in 1786, where he wrote, "Life is a kind of chess, in which we have often points to gain, and competitors or adversaries to contend with."
Welcome back to the World Fischer Random Chess Championship qualifier number 1. Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me, right below me actually, is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we've had some fun already. 3 rounds are in the books, and there have been some upsets and surprises.
There have been, and foremost among them is the fact that Hikaru Nakamura actually lost the last game to Sam Sevien, who played a brilliant game. So Hikaru has his work cut out for him, as do the players with a perfect score, because we've got more super high-level matchups here. We're watching Chigayev, who defeated Caruana, play Dan Laz.
Yes, and some people may be surprised, not just that Hikaru lost the game, but also that the pieces look to be on scrambled and random squares, but that is the nature of Fischer Random Chess. As you can see, there's a bishop on h1, and there's still a pawn on g2. There's a bishop on h8. So the pieces, they are on the same squares, the same files as their opponent, but the pieces are jumbled to start the game. So, okay, we have our standings on screen. We have a board that up for everybody. So Den Laz has the black pieces here. I think he's doing everything that you could possibly ask, just a few moves into the game, Danya. And I think that Den Laz is somebody who deserves just a lot of praise, an international master on paper, but someone who's won Title Tuesday and gives GMs fits all the time.
Yeah, his real strength is probably closer to 2,600 FIDE. So a force to be reckoned with, and clearly good at Fischer Random. The eval bar already feeling that black is slightly better with the right move. I'm not sure exactly how black should treat this. I mean, c5 exists. Lazovic castles queenside.
Wow. Just have no fear. Yeah. And the thing about castling so early in Fischer Random is the white king on d1. It's not there because it moved to d1. It started there. So if this queen moves out from g1, then white can even castle kingside and go after that black king. So I would queen h2.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Yes. No, Chigayev understands that the king on c8 could be in grave danger if the white king goes to g1, the pawn goes up to c4, and then he can launch an attack.
No, that's the clear-cut idea. Black has nothing going on the king side. I mean, you could try something like h5 or g5, but that doesn't seem too impressive, and this is the moment of truth. Will Chigayev castle kingside? I was going to say Fandoran.
Well, that is Chigayev here, and he does, in fact, castle kingside. So this is going to be a fun one. The eval bar is going crazy in black's favor, Danya. I wonder exactly what it is, and g5 looks to me like a good move.
I mentioned it, but to me, it didn't look too impressive. But now I realize that like h5, g4 already forces serious weaknesses on the king side.
You're saying you don't like a queen on h2 with a pawn in front of it on g3?
Nah, I've seen better queens, not too many of them. And c4, we have a classic old school opposite side castling situation.
I feel like we're just watching one of those good old-fashioned brawls here, right? Like, white is going straight after black's king, black is going straight after white's king. Yeah, don't take on g4. This is a mistake that a lot of people make, right? They see that there's a pawn attacking both the knight and the pawn, so they take on g4, but then it opens up the h-file. So maybe the g-file can get open, but the h-file being open is definitely going to be worse for white to deal with.
And he did take on g4, and I agree, it is a mistake.
Oh my gosh,
especially if black can get a rook to h8.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like bishop f6, queen g7, rook h8.
Oh, totally. Maybe white. No. Oh my god, what am I saying? I was going to say knight c6.
Well, knight c6 is going to be able if c takes d5 happens, or knight b4 and attacking d5. There are definitely a ton of options here for white. I don't think that black can have a free hand and just go for the h-file without thinking about the consequences of the c-file.
Somehow I disagree with the eval bar. It's not -3 to me. Wait, does f6 trap the knight?
Okay, then I agree with the eval bar. If f6 traps the knight.
Isn't that a crazy idea? Just the knight in the center has no squares.
So f6, c or c5 even? Like it's
yeah. Well, look, it's a knight f5.
So he takes c4 first.
Yeah, he doesn't notice it. He plays dc. And after bc, I think it's quite clear that he wants to play f6. But then again, c5. But then again, c5.
Well, I really just want to get a rook to h8, right? Like, I mean, now rook h8 is even more powerful because the bishop on a8 is open across the diagonal. So, F takes E5. Seems pretty obvious.
Yeah,
CD. E takes
Compact
D.
disc.
Compact. You clown. Oh my gosh.
But you know what the additional problem, of course, is that the F file has opened. So now
Right.
there's all sorts of shenanigans, and knight takes F2 and, all sorts of stuff on the king side.
Yeah, knight G5 to H3 kind of stuff as well.
Oh, ooh.
If you're not careful. But
Incredibly
also,
nasty idea.
if C takes D6, E takes D6, the 7th rank opens, which is great for Black's defense.
And offense, because you can get the rook to H7.
Right, so rook D7 to H7 protects C7, threatens on the H file.
It's the better square than H8 even. It's actually the best square on the board. No, this actually could just end very quickly.
Yeah, rook D7, you can pre-move. By the way, you see Den Laz's rating is 3112 now in Fischer Random.
No, I said at the very start, I could see him coming first in a tournament like this. He's really that good.
He is an absolute monster.
Elham has 3 out of 3. I want to check his game if you don't. Ooh, apologize.
Oh, where'd you go?
I
try to sign out.
No, I tried to click on Elham's game, but I will do a better job of that right now.
Okay, we'll teach you, mouse skills.
Right. Exactly. Elham is playing. He's playing Shimanov, so maybe we can also check out.
Wow. So Hikaru lost, and his prize is playing Bach.
I know, and he's got a really interesting position. Let's quickly check into Hikaru's game.
Okay, Bach is the king of the exchange sack today.
Really? Oh, he sacked it against
Hansen.
Oh,
right. Rook takes
that's right. That's right. Yeah. Wow, Benjamin is 2.5 points. So Benjamin dropped to play the highest with 2.
He also has got 2 really nice bishops on F7 and G7.
Right.
This is really unclear.
It is? Because what if Hikaru castles queenside?
Well, he wants to, of course, but he's probably thinking, does the queen come out to C6, and is Black just going to start attacking the king? A2's hanging.
3 bishop takes C3. I mean, like,
yeah, bishop C3 is probably
rook E2, very position collapses.
Ugh, that doesn't look fun.
Right.
Hikaru could be in trouble.
He could lose another one. And if you lose another one and you're on 50% after 4 games, you don't hear that every day.
No, and only the top 8 qualify. So he's going to be nervous about his chances if he loses a second game here. And especially because tie breaks play a part,
Robert,
right?
I just realized I leaked the username. I don't think we can commentate anymore. They know which account we're commentating from.
Oh no!
Honestly, this is a great tragedy.
Does that mean I have to go in chat and talk to them about it?
You might have to quell the rebelling populace.
Yeah, I just went and typed in the chat, and then I'm gonna close it immediately. So
OMG. Okay, what else do we have? We have. Oh, let's watch Gamski against Sevien. What a matchup!
Seriously.
Whoa.
Would be the same reaction. What a matchup, what a position, what players, and what is going on? Material is an extra. Material even?
I'm still counting. No, I don't have an answer for you yet. Give me 3 business days. Yeah, it's even. It's even.
So material's even. Black has a bishop pair. White has a pawn on E6. Have any of the rooks moved? So there's a rook on H8 and a rook on G1. So I think White moved the rook would be my guess. Yes.
So Black can castle here. Yes, Black can if he wants. And actually, that's not such a stupid idea, but it's not a very. Robert, look at this. Knight takes C6.
Oh my gosh! And a bishop C3, knight E7.
Knight FE7. That's hilarious. And Black has to give up a bunch of pieces.
So the reason that's not a threat right away, or not as big of a threat, I guess, is because with the rook on B8, there's like a king D8 at the end of these sequences. But that means knight takes C6 actually is viable.
Wait, say again. Oh yeah, king D8 at the end. Okay, I gotcha.
But still, like knight C6 is kind of a threat here. So that's why he went rook a8. Sevien recognizes it. Wait, but
Yeah,
knight, you can still kind of go knight c6.
you could, but you get into an endgame, and I think black's doing fine in that endgame.
Yeah, the e6 pawn will drop.
I can show the line. So if knight takes c6, bishop takes c3, knight fe7, takes. And the critical detail is that king d8 counterattacks the knight on e7.
Right. And if you take on c3 and then black takes an e7, e6 and a2 are both hanging there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is not very appetizing for white. I just get that sense.
No, that's the type of position that Gamski would just dream about having with black. We know how strong he is in endgames, but no, in a position like this, he would be very unhappy from white's perspective.
Maybe Sevien is also trying to play rook a8 to a5 in order to activate the rook, and you could have a smothered mate on d3 before you know it. And also, of course, threatening rook takes f5.
Ooh, yeah, rook a5 is a really nice option there. So maybe, b4 by, he recognizes exactly what you were saying, and he pushed his pawn to stop that, and maybe he wants a b5 tactic, followed by knight takes d6 check.
Which is a clear and present danger right now to black.
Oh, I thought I was blundering. So king b8 looks like a blunder because knight takes c6.
Knight c3. Oh my god.
Yeah, right? Knight c6 is check. So it looks like you win the bishop on f6, but you lose the game.
Yeah, you do, because after queen takes f6, bang! That is checkmate, ladies and gentlemen, due to the pin on the c2 pawn.
It's funny because I was about to say that, black could blunder with a king b8, and I was like, oh, that's a tricky one. It's not actually blunder. It's a great move.
Right. Amazing. What a rich position. This is what I'm talking about when I say that you get these unique positions in Fischer Random. Okay, you could see a similar position in classical chess, but like the knight d3 mate idea, that is so unusual.
Right, with a bishop on d1 and a king on c1, not something you see pretty much ever. So I'm just looking around the games, by the way, just to see if any. Hikaru has a much, much, much better position against Bach.
King b8 played, actually, by Sevien. That's on the board.
Okay, Sevien is just on fire. The way he beat Hikaru and now is playing against Gamski, and in general, his rapid chess, Danya, has been through the roof.
Yeah. Yeah, his RCC performances, I mean, are you kidding me? He had the highest point total in a Saturday Swiss of anybody, and he did it twice. So
just mesmerizing,
nutty. Mm-hmm.
All right, so this one's looking good for Sam. What else is happening in the world of this qualifier?
Is happening? Well, do we have any other perfect scores? If we look at the standings, we have Mishanik. Oh no, Mishanik's on 3 out of 4.
Yep, he just got there.
Let's watch Elham.
Okay.
Second attempt at watching Elham.
It is successful. Hopefully, there it is.
It is, but he's losing. His position is not successful.
Wait, he's just down a pawn and Shimanov. So Shimanov is so fortunate to have 2.5 out of 3. Remember, he played against Alexenko and was completely busted, but survived. And now he's making the most of his chances because he's up a pawn with the bishop pair.
You want to hear something hilarious?
What's up?
If I read out to you the first 4 moves of the game, you will think it's a classical game. D4, G6.
Okay.
E4, bishop G7, okay. Knight C3, D6, F3.
Sounds like a Pierce in the making.
Yeah. Modern. Now I want to check out. Okay, so they almost got the starting position.
Yeah, the bishop and the knight, the light square bishop, and then for black, that is.
Yeah, this is actually totally normal.
Except with a bishop on G8 and G1.
Yeah, that's not very normal. Okay, and eventually black ended up losing a couple of kingside. Ooh, this was a very nasty moment.
Such a nice
Oh my
move.
God, look at this. This actually just almost wins.
Yeah, because the rook on H8 is trapped thanks to the fact there's a bishop on G8.
Okay, and they got this position, which looks totally miserable. And Shimanov, pretty good pairing for him.
Right.
He should be able to win this.
He's making the most of it. So I'm just going to keep looking around to see if there are interesting positions around here. Ooh, okay. Well, it looks like Gamski got his pawn all the way up to e7. So that game remains fascinating between Sevien and Gamski. And
Okay, back we go.
We also looked at Denlaz earlier, and he's about to, I think, he just won his queen. He won Chagaev's queen. Chagaev resigned.
He won Chagaev's, and he won another game. Oh my god!
Yeah, Denlaz
is such a beast.
Unstoppable right now.
Caruana drew somebody whose Fischer random rating is 1500.
What? Who was it?
An NM.
Whose Fischer random rating was 1500?
Yeah, and Caruana was down 2 pawns in the final position, and the guy took a draw.
Are you serious?
Is this real? Look at this position. It's +7. He offered a draw in this position.
What in the world? I don't know. Weird things happen.
Yeah, he outplayed Fabi. How did Fabi lose 2 pawns from this position? This looks totally fine.
He just started. Wait, what?
Oh, what? Just take the rook.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Fabi got too fancy, it looks like.
Oh, Fabi didn't see the knight on d1.
Oh, he was going for a fork.
Oh, no, that's just not. Look at this. Knight takes g4. He thought, oh, knight f2 wins the bishop on d3. He forgot there was a knight on d1.
Okay, well then he definitely deserved to not win when you're making tactical blunders like that. But to even draw this game is ridiculous considering White just up a couple pawns. And this is when too much respect is given to top level players.
Oh yeah, the game is over.
Yeah.
And I thought a similar situation occurred in round 1 of the Olympiad when Levon Aronian drew, but that position was obviously a lot more complicated. This one is just over. You're resignable.
Right. And what is happening in the game you have on screen here? Is Black's king getting mated with like a queen b8? That's just one check. And it's also Black's turn.
Yeah. Bishop d6, queen g4.
Oh.
Hitting the rook on e6.
So, wait, queen d7 could drop the d5 pawn was kind of hanging.
King d7.
What a brave move.
Yeah, he's also got a lot more time. Just a problem in such a complex position.
Yeah, bishop takes b4 at any moment. Might hurt rook a8. Might not feel so good, but I don't actually see how Black crashes through. I mean, there's so many different pluses in Black's position, but I feel like you can like take on b4 at the wrong time and then really regret it.
Right. No, totally.
So Jeffrey is hanging on here, trying to. By the way, it looks like Bach is now winning against Hikaru.
What?
Yeah. I don't even know how this happened.
How is he doing this? I don't think Hikaru is going to lose this game. In fact, I'm very confident that he won't.
Hikaru just must have made a huge blunder at some point.
Oh my God, Benjamin has 2 pawns for the exchange. He's about to win a third one on h4, and he's going to have a pawn phalanx of 3 passers if he can get that done.
Yeah, he's about to take on h4. Right, rook c6, he just goes bishop takes h4. Here, he played f4, right? And then go king takes h4, and oh my goodness.
He just has to avoid getting nervous in his time
15
pressure.
seconds. 15 seconds
Benjamin
for Benjamin.
f4, make a move.
He goes rook d5, seems fine enough.
He doesn't see f4.
Yeah, because f4 cuts your bishop from the pawn, but f3 check would be the way to get out of this.
I don't think Benjamin's going to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, but he should. I mean,
risk it for the biscuit.
Much easier.
But how does he defend the pawn?
He's passively doing so. And if rook d8 pin, he's rook e5 check, getting out of the pin.
But that's pretty dicey.
Yeah.
Slicey and dicey.
Sam Sevien did beat Gamski from that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was to be expected.
Okay, bishop e7. He needs to take on h4. 3 pawns over there?
Yeah, but they're slow as a 19th century train, and now he's going to have 2 pawns.
And so my coach used to say that 2 pawns are faster than 3.
That's 100% true. I'm pretty sure I've heard that from my coach as well. I think it's like a Soviet chess phrase.
Yeah, right? Like, because when you have 3 pawns, you want to push all of them, and it takes longer to push 3 different pawns. But Hikaru well ahead in the clock right here.
I think it's a 3-result game. Let's watch bishop b6.
10 seconds. Brings his king up. Wait, after rook a6 check, is he going to keep going up the board?
You know what's crazy? 10 seconds doesn't. It's okay. 10 seconds with increment. When you're playing with 10 seconds, that time evaporates instantly. You blink and you've got 1 second.
Especially when you're playing Hikaru.
Right.
So rook e8, bishop f6. There's like a rook a7 check. You need to be very careful not to lose your bishop.
King f6. Well, a bit of c4 maybe. Okay.
Okay, we've seen this position before. Oh,
Yeah,
rook h1. Hikaru playing for a win.
Playing for a win.
But is he playing for a loss? That's the real question.
He might be because the king gets to g5, and the moment black pushes f4, things get really dicey.
But rook h8 here might be timely.
King back to g7. Oh, c3 is hanging also, but there's going to be a ladder mate if black takes it. Rook c8.
Right. Rook c8, bishop c3, rook c7, rook a8, check and mate. That would be a very sad finish if you're a Bach fan.
So what is Hikaru waiting for? He goes back to h5.
Bishop takes c3. You mentioned the pawn.
Bishop takes c3.
The pawn's hanging. And he plays it, barely gets that move off.
Oh, and Hikaru. Okay, make a move.
Mate, it's.
Oh my god, he's gonna lose.
No, rook h7 is bishop g7.
Oh my god, barely got it off in time.
Yeah, because they would be losing if not for that move.
God, Hikaru is so good at creating
Great
chances.
move though by Benjamin because he's forcing a rook trade. Yeah, he's forcing a pair of rooks off, which means he can never lose.
Why do I think Hikaru's gonna go rook a7 check here?
He will, but it's losing.
God, we both.
Oh, look at that by Bach.
So many times.
Bishop f4.
What is Hikaru doing?
He's trying to win, which means he's trying to lose.
Nobody's gonna lose.
He is gonna lose.
How many times did we say the same? Oh, he can't even go rook c7.
Nope, rook c7, rook e6 check. You pick up the rook on c7.
It's over. He is Bach from the dead, and
now that was a good one, Danya. Finally,
well, the thing is, he wasn't dead. It was a draw.
Yeah, but you don't have to explain it. You just leave it. You had a great one there. You didn't force it. I appreciate it.
I always need to spoil it in the end, but thank you.
You had it there. Okay, c2.
How do you escape the checks, though?
Just king g5 and rook g6.
h4, g3.
That also looks good. I just think rook g6, simple block.
That is also good.
Wow.
He loses 2 games in a row.
Wow. And
that you never see that.
No, you don't. By the way, Elham is still trying to defend this position against Shimanov. It's completely winning for Shimanov, but look at the clock. That's scary.
No, it's over. And Elham, one last chance. C4. CB? Bishop E3, I like.
B4, just a nice... Okay.
I don't know how nice that is. He just gave up his pawn.
Wait.
Whoa. This is winning. Easy.
Yeah,
easy.
The king just run. Oh, he gave the A-pawn! Oh my gosh, he gave him the A-pawn!
Doing?
Oh,
now it's a draw.
He blundered. He had 2 separate passers, right? That's how you win the game. But he gave away one of them, and now it's an easy
All
draw.
he had to do was go around the other way, and imagine if White had passed A-pawn in this position.
Wow. Elham survives.
Jaspam, right?
This is just a complete.
That is black magic right there by Elham.
Wow, what a!
You just got so lucky.
By the way, Jaspam's still playing. You said his name.
Jaspam?
Yeah, he's losing against Luca Moroni.
Let's take a look. And he lost to Gamski. Seems to be reeling from that game.
But Moroni just messed up.
Wait, we're gonna have to rewind a little bit. Okay, this is a draw.
The moves is happening so quickly.
I'm pretty sure. Whoa, this is completely winning.
Yes.
What? He drew this?
Yeah, he just threw this one away.
King C2. Wait, can't you just play? Why do you need to take? Can't you just play D2? Or am I crazy?
Yes, you can play D2 and win easily.
Wait, how do you not play D2? Why do you give up the knight? That's it's still completely winning. Just go D2 now.
Right.
Oh no, then rook takes G2.
So was G5 check or something?
And then King C1. No, it's winning. D2, rook takes G2, King C1.
Yes.
But he just missed multiple easy wins. Okay, and we still have Shimanov, who's still playing. Kostenyuk is still playing.
Oh, Kostenyuk here is winning, no?
This is winning, yeah.
Right, because the king Just now moves.
I
to
never
E2.
know. I honestly never know how to evaluate these.
No, this is winning, and she knows these like the back of her hand.
Yeah, since she was about 5 years old.
Because King E3
King
now,
E3
and you get to push
D2.
the pawn, and the promotion square is defended.
Good stuff by Sasha. She has more points than Hikaru.
Just Hikaru lost to Sevien and Bach. I mean, not easy opponents, but that's the thing about Hikaru. You always expect him to be at the top. But while we mentioned that, we have some players still at a perfect 4 out of 4. Just Dennis Lazovic, but what are they? And I guess Sam Sevien as well. Excuse me, but who are they trying to catch up to? Some players were already invited to the championship held later this year in Reykjavik. Magnus Carlsen, the Fischer Random World Champion, Wesley So, and Icelandic Grandmaster, Hjorvar Stein Grettersen, who is the local invite and an Icelandic champion. So it's going to be a very fun event later this year.
Yeah, he's strong, by the way, so nobody to sneeze at for sure. We've got one last game going in this round. I'm also interested to check out the game of Federico Casaliti, who has 3.5 out of 4, and he's an NM. Clearly a Fischer Random expert.
Wow, that's a really impressive. Let's see who Federico has taken down. Sventika beat Drew Pranov earlier, beat Matlikov in the first round. Wow, that's an epic day.
An indeed epic day indeed, and this game is not going to end anytime soon.
Oh, still going at it.
Jospin.
Jospin's game is done. On the other hand, no, but this position
to say Jospin.
This position feels like just a draw here because the F pawn can never move. You drop the G pawn, and so yeah, this is just
as Lauren says, Jospin.
Jospin.
Yeah, Jospin.
Wait a second, what's happening now?
Rook D2.
Oh,
F7. No, King F8. Where's the win? That's not the move. He's not going to hold this, is he?
I mean, I highly doubt it.
King F5 and F7. Goodbye.
You keep saying Jospin, but I'm like, wait, this is Jose, and it's not Jose.
It's not Jose.
And now it's promotion with checkmate by force.
Yeah. Okay, he chose the wrong time to start thinking. Okay, round 4 is in the books. Round 5 is upon us. Who shall we start with, Denlaz?
Sure, I'm guessing Denlaz is playing Sevien, right? That's the forced pairing.
So in such positions, I'm always tempted to go either B3 or even B4 to open up the bishop.
Makes perfect sense. And the hanging pawn is A2 and A7. So, a move like F4 is very obvious. Oh, I guess it's not hanging.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I take that back. Woo!
You would really do well in this configuration.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
F4 and queen takes A7.
Yeah, F4, King's Gambit style. After EF4, queen takes A7, dropping the queen.
I always think it's funny, though, when you see top-level GMs play like 5 or 6 move games, and there are examples of that, where there's a quick blunder. I think I remember a Peter Svidler Fischer Random game where there was a hilarious blunder of some sort.
Well, Svidler played against Wesley So, and Svidler had a bishop.
What I'm talking about.
He had a bishop on H1 and a black pawn on G3 and a white pawn on G2. So the bishop never got out.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That is tragic. Okay, so Den is playing a very solid setup. I like what he's doing because in such positions, eventually you play knight E2 and you prepare F4.
Yes.
G takes F4.
Well,
F4.
G3 might be thrown in as well at some point, so you can back up the F4 push.
Black could try to go D5.
And what I always
didn't like this.
What I always want to do when there's a knight G6 is play H4, H5. But after H4, Black can play H5, and I'm not sure who's
thinking that exact thing.
Yeah, I don't know who's gained what. That move I don't like.
Well, he's stopping D5, but he's also forfeiting his ability to play F4.
And he's put his bishop on a square that's just like a little bit vulnerable to knight D4 coming or knight H4 at some moment.
Mm-hmm.
But we did see Hikaru doing this against Sevien as well, right? He just stopped central pushes, and Sevien played a great game after that. But yeah, I don't like this knight on G6. That's the problem with Sevien's position right now.
Right. Knight d4. And white quit take it and play knight f5, by the way. But giving up the dark squared bishop that early is an incredibly committal decision. You have to be very careful about that.
Yeah, no strong player wants to give up a bishop pair, but sometimes it is worth it. I think I should. Oh, he take. I was gonna say I think I would just retreat my bishop, but he goes
And
like
knight
this.
f5?
A bishop f6. It was queen f. He wants the dark
He
squares.
wants queen b4.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Lovely move.
I was thinking too basically. I was like, a bishop f6 defends a pawn. No, he's like, I'm defending the pawn as well. This is starting to look very bad for white.
Agreed completely. And it all started with bishop f3. I think you called it. Like, you could sense the bishop f3 early on in the game. He starts losing the thread.
And the problem with bishop f3 is that he could have, after knight d4, played bishop back to d1. But chess players, we're very stubborn. We don't want to admit that we were wrong, and we don't want to put a piece back to where it just came from.
Right. Right. Wow.
So, yeah, this position...
Pretty good position for black, and we will keep an eye on this. I wanted to check out the Federico Castelletti game.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Let's go there.
See how he's working his magic. Both players here with 3.5.
Mm-hmm. And this is Grandmaster Bagrattioni, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Lionel Bagrattioni.
Alexander.
Oh, Alexander. Hey, why did I say Lionel?
I don't know. You said Lionel, and I was like, who is that?
I know why. Oh, my God.
Why?
Do you want to hear why I confused? Because Kizaritsky,
yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, his first name is Lionel, and I think Bagration is his middle name. Let me look this up.
Okay, well, that was a reference.
Lionel Adalbert Bagration Felix Kizaritsky. You know who that is, right?
Yeah, but how did you just know all the middle names there?
Because I'm a nerd.
That was...
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
I don't know how I knew that.
You just hit me with like, was like mid-19th century?
Obscure random player, right? Yeah. His middle name.
Wow, that was something. Well, in this position, there's a rook on a4, which looks very odd. This whole position looks weird. Like white is better,
yeah, no.
Right? I see the engine saying white is better, but doesn't it just look like black should be doing well here?
From a structural standpoint, absolutely. And if black can go something like d6 and really break up the e5 pawn, I would probably maybe even take black in some of these cases. Of course, I'm worried about the king safety in the long run.
Right.
Drawing f6 might be. f6 is a threat, actually. You might win the pawn.
And where is white's attack? Like if you play b5 and then black plays knight a5 and you play bishop c3, black can just allow you to take on a5 because the bishop on c7 is perfectly placed over there.
Also, b5 weakens the c5 square. Black's knights in general have a lot of prospects. Like, you could get to d5 at some point. You could play f6.
Okay, knight e4
knight
looks reasonable.
g3 to e4, yeah. f6. What is the follow-up going to be?
I'm starting to wonder if there's an exchange sack coming on a5. Like, you play b5, knight goes to a5, you take it, play bishop d4, knight c5. Whoa!
D5, that looks wrong. Wait, white can take everything on d6, starting with en passant, and then play f5.
f5, yeah.
And then queen f4. Brr.
Yeah, or play b5, bishop e5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everything is collapsing. So we can just show that quickly, just so people don't have to visualize our tactics.
Right, takes, knight takes d6, rook takes d6, and f5. You can't take because you drop the e8 rook. And what we were saying, Robert, your idea is lovely. After knight f8, you play b5, kick the knight away, and then go bishop e5, making shashlik out of the rook and winning the game.
Right. This is just over.
This is all happening, but he started with the move b5.
Wait, but that allows a knight to go to e7, which stops at 5.
Inaccurate. Holy smokes, is that inaccurate?
Shocking. I mean, move order is always essential, but that was just... So,
I mean, where else is black going to go? Don't tell me he goes knight a5.
No, but knight e7, there's rook takes a7 and queen a3 check anyway.
Oh!
Just tactics everywhere.
Although that's not like totally winning. Black can go rook c8 at the end, maybe?
Yeah, no, it's not game over, but it does.
Will he see it? If you didn't see f5, then I don't know.
Well, I think the way you see tactics like this is that you think queen a3 is a double attack on a7 and d6. But after queen a3, black just plays rook d7, protecting both at the same time. So that leads you to invert the move order of your threat and play rook takes a7 first. So I think he should find it, but you are absolutely correct that even once he finds it, it's not just game over on the spot.
It's interesting in the chat. Somebody says in the message, did you see that they had a competition of who could name the most GMs in 30 seconds? I bet Danya would have won, and I think Gary won with 22-23. But not necessarily, because it's one of those things where if somebody asks you like what your favorite movie is and you can't remember a single one,
right?
I think I would experience that where like I'd say Kasparov, Karpov, and then I'd like forget all other GMs.
I would just start naming the top players right now. It's easiest.
I know, yeah, right. Gary Carlson. See, I'm already like blanking.
No, but you could do it easily. Like, Nakagiri, Carlson, So, Mamadjarov, Aronian, blah, 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 right? Like, you can just rattle them off. It's just, that's how I would do it. Instead of mentioning Kizaritsky and, Schlechter. And
Carl Schlechter, my boy. Richard Teichmann.
Yeah. You're going back in the Teichmann. Day. Yeah, but just funny, like, how many people can name. What's going on in this position right now?
Well, I used to play this. I told you that I used to play this game with my dad and my family, called Grandmasters.
No, I mean,
there's an old game called Cities where Oslo, Ontario.
Right.
Name a city. Yeah.
The last letter.
It's a very popular game in like Soviet Union. But so we would repurpose that to Grandmasters. So if I'd say Kasparov, let's see if you can find a GM whose name starts with a V.
Vaganyan.
Very good. And then I'd have to say Naroditsky. And I when I became a GM, like many years ago, I was like, one day I'm going to become a GM and then I could use my own name in this game.
And then you can not only use your name in the game, but you could talk about this game and use your name in said game while we're watching a game from the World Fischer Random Chess Championship qualifier. So look how this all panned out.
Buffalo.
Well, this game looks pretty over. The rook goes up to e4. It's swinging on over to a4. The black king is just destroyed over here. So it looks like the national master who started with a blazing start, 3.5 to 4, is going to fall back to 3.5.
Let's go back to our top game, though, because this is, of course, the most important. Oh, my lands.
Whoa.
What a disaster this looks like.
It's a disaster on the dark squares. Oh, gosh. This is brutal right now.
I mean, ever since Dennis gave up that dark square, you could sense the gods of squares just grimacing. We will not forgive you for that violation.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out how white can even prolong this game. You can move your light square bishop, and then black just goes bishop f6, defending g7, and the material count is such that once d5 falls, it's like a huge attack and not a material deficit.
Right. Well, bishop e4, knight takes d5. I'm trying to figure out if there are any tactics after bishop e4. Like knight e2, but I don't quite see anything.
No.
Actually, knight e2 almost works, but it doesn't.
Queen
after queen takes g5, knight c3, king c1.
Oh, wait.
No, that's a draw.
Oh, you just take on e2. That's hilarious.
Oh, I'm going to go king f4.
Yeah. Your king runs away.
Okay, it's dumb, but I was just looking.
No,
okay, but bishop e4, he went knight h3, so he's trying to do something similar.
Yeah, he's protecting his bishop while attacking the queen on g1, while threatening queen d2 mate.
Does he want queen g2, rook takes d5?
Oh my gosh. If that works, that is just sick. I think it does work down in.
I think it just might. Rook takes d5.
Oh, that's so nasty.
Takes. And it's over.
Right, because
you're overwhelmed.
The only piece the queen can take is bishop.
Beautiful. Knight e7 check. And then just move your king.
Just ignore it.
Yeah. Leave it to rot.
Yeah, that's actually a very beautiful sequence. And instead, Denlaz brings the queen back to e1. He desperately wants a queen trade. And when you have a safer king, you typically don't want to trade queens. You probably could just enter the queenless position with an advantage as black, but I would just play queen a3. Just let's keep the queens on the board.
Great move, just keeping the tension, but not an easy move to make. Sevien has to realize that like Dennis doesn't have any long-term ways to fight against the dark square domination.
Yeah, queen takes a2 is a pretty big threat in Sevien. He goes for it.
Wait, what about queen g3? Why is this -4 after queen g3?
Queen takes a2.
Wait, king e2.
Queen takes c2.
Takes c2. King f3.
Rook takes d5 stuff.
Queen takes h3 though. Oh, and then rook f. Oh my god, I have to show that.
Yeah.
The idea there.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I was the one playing it. What do you mean? Do I see it?
Found it. Yeah, you found the entire thing.
No, Donnie, I didn't see any of it. I just happened to
stumbling around into this. Rook takes d5. Queen takes h3. Looks like you've defended the knight, and now bang. Queen takes f5. And queen takes d3 check, and the king is hunted down mercilessly by black's pieces.
It's funny because it like still doesn't look completely lost for white at this point. Right.
What's the move here? h5. Oh my god.
Yeah, just because then the king gets up to g5 and there's not f6.
You're just supposed to take here.
Gosh, I love it when I love when casual moves end a ridiculous sequence like that.
Yeah, f6. I just got to make the rest of the moves. So queen h5, queen h4, and g6.
And queen h4 mate at the end.
Oh, that's not mate. Yeah, that's right. I was just waiting for it to display the pound key, and it's not showing it.
So Sevien's obviously calculated all of that through, and so did Dan Laz, which is why he went knight takes d4.
Right.
Running away.
That's a cool line, though. Do you want to play queen takes a2 anyway? He does.
Yes.
Now, after king e2, you cannot take on c2. You could play c5.
That'd be a good way to blunder your queen. c5 is a sick move. I love that.
En passant, rook takes d4.
No, that's so nice. You don't see stuff like that very often.
No, not a pattern like that. But I'm sure it's not the only move.
I actually won a blitz game, just like that one time, where my opponent's position looked absolutely crushing. But then I made a move like c5, and then they couldn't take en passant because they lost a piece, so I won on the spot.
Right. It's always cool when en passant it fails to something because it opens up a file.
Here it most certainly does fail. So
en passant is such a cool rule.
Yeah, it is cool. I just didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic about it.
No, it's just cool that you can take a pawn that's not like hanging.
No, you're right. But bishop f6 does the same idea as c5, and it doesn't require you to calculate certain en passant. So yeah, this is just, I think you're just losing all your pieces now.
Yeah, just getting torched on c2.
Okay, well that means for Sevien, he's going to go out 5 out of 5. The guy has just been playing out of this world lately. And by the way, Alexander Kosteniuk and Fabian Caruana have made their way to 3.5 out of 5. So
okay,
and they're right outside the top 8.
I think Fedoseev is also struggling in his game. Been a while since we checked into his game. No, he's winning completely. He's black in this game. So he's going to move to 4 out of 5. He's rebounded from that incredibly painful first round loss.
Okay, so good for Vladimir. No surprise that I can't even see Hikar. Where is he? There he is.
Is he losing again?
No way.
He was winning out of the opening.
So this is what Visual Dennis does, right? Visual Dennis gives his Super GM opponents a huge advantage, and then somehow the Super GMs go wrong.
Visual Dennis was completely winning before, but now he's only slightly better. I think Hikaru is going to pull this game out, though. Although, maybe not. Oh my god, if Hikaru loses another game, that would just be... Rookie 2! Rookie 2!
Wait, Rookie 2
Oh my god, Rookie 2 wins!
Because Queen F7 is King H7.
Oh, he's out of his mind. Rookie 2 is easy. Oh, but then, oh my god, Robert. Rookie 2, Queen B8, King H7, Queen takes H8, and King G6.
That's what he... Because I was looking at Queen takes F7, which is very direct, but you got to show this line. I mean...
Oh, what a sexy line that is.
Yeah, just show that. Rookie 2, Queen B8, It looks like white wins with the fork.
Queen takes h8. You think, okay, it's all over. That's it. Daniel lost. But then king g6. And you might say, oh, rook g1 wins the queen. Well, knight f2 wins the king. Knight f2 wins the king.
It's one of those.
Checkmate. He moved. He played it.
Wow.
Holy smokes.
Wow. My gosh.
No, but Hikaru has to go queen takes f7 and queen f5. But then he forks him on.
Right, knight f2 at the end.
F2.
Hikaru's going for it.
Knight f2. Easy. Easy clap.
Yeah, that move is fairly obvious.
I feel like Hikaru will win this.
What does he have? He's got a knight and one pawn for a rook.
Yeah, but what worse than that is just the black's activity. The fact that there's a rook on the second rank. Rook takes a2. I mean, he's just forcing him to make good moves.
But now he still has a pawn.
No, but rook c8, rook is completely winning. Rook c8, rook c3.
I'm not going to argue against the fact this is winning, but right. It's Hikaru, right? Like he makes miracles happen.
I already don't like rook a8.
Well, he's just going to rook a1, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And he does. And he takes. But I don't like this. I think this gives Hikaru much better drawing chances. Although it's, I mean, but watch black miss a fork here. Okay, Hikaru gives up another pawn for strange reasons.
So I guess he just keep his king in the center, put knight d4, and hope his knight holds everything together. But no, this is not it, Tanya.
This game will be a draw.
It's gonna be a draw?
Yes. I guarantee you this game will be a draw.
I don't know.
That's a pretty bold statement. You think it's a bold statement, but I'm the Hikaru whisperer.
Okay. I mean, you always have faith in him.
Or black will blunder a fork. Like rook takes b3, knight c4, rook b5, knight d6 check.
Come on, this person is a master. This person's not just blundering rooks.
I know, but it's Hikaru. And he offered Hikaru a draw.
What? Are you kidding?
Why does he do that? He did that against Fabio. It's really strange.
What the? That's so weird.
Dennis. Yeah, that is unbelievably strange. Hikaru is probably shocked. Like, why? But in any case, Hikaru held to another draw, and a miracle that black didn't win this.
Very strange. Well, let's go to 2 seconds left for Denlaz. No, but he's in hot water. He's busted. Here. Yeah, he's busted with 2 seconds remaining.
He's in scalding water.
Queen c3. Oh, what?
Knight g3. Knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 was even better, but this.
He's up 800 pawns in the pawn.
I think he can handle that.
Okay.
Who else do we got going on?
Let's see.
Ooh, Chess Bros playing against Ellum.
Yep, was looking at the same game.
Whoa, how many? 4 pawns for a piece?
Yeah, but they're not easy to push. King f7 and an rook a6.
Yeah. What is this? I'm trying to just wrap my head around all of this. Like, what's black's defensive plan? Just stay put?
No, but with 9 seconds, there's no way you should be able to hold this. Eventually, white's going to go f4. Maybe even now.
Yeah, but that gives away some important light squares. And you're like, whatever.
Whatever, just push.
So we're
f4, bishop takes b3, actually.
Right, so bishop b3 is now a threat. So what are you going to do?
It's a good question.
Bishop back to d6?
Although it just came from there.
Yeah, so rook back to a6. I'm just keep following you around. I mean, you know Ellum very well. You played him in so many games. The guy is very speedy.
Extremely. And he plays a5, does Mr. Hansen. Bishop takes b3, bishop b6 is his idea.
But knight takes rook a... Oh, rook a...
Rook a2, rook b2.
Rook b2 is just unbelievably necessary. So rook c.
Oh,
What?
rook b3. Rook.
Oh, rook
no,
b3.
no.
It works. It works. No, it works.
Rook a8.
Yeah, but then you just probably win with your rook behind the pawn.
Oh, rook b3. Such a. Oh.
Yeah, rook.
Yeah, rook b6. It's just over, and then you push
king
your other
d4.
pawns.
Or bring the king in.
Oh, you just bring the king to c7.
The bishop
Eric
can't.
saw it instantly.
Wow, rook b3 was nice.
Bishop b2 f4.
F4, bishop f3.
Oh, king f5.
Okay,
Bishop,
well, bishop
d3. Oh, rook f8. Rook
bishop
f8.
Oh, rook f8 led to mate. Dude, you're just seeing all these ridiculous checkmating patterns.
No, but I mean, rook f8 didn't work. But
Oh, 'cause
Eric
of G4.
botched this. I threw e6.
Yeah, but rook takes b7, right?
Oh, you could stop the other pawn with your bishop. Stop it.
Just run away. Keep running with your bishop.
Got the entire diag.
Yeah, Eric brought his king to g5. He should have brought his king over to the queen side to help promote the pawn.
Okay.
So, actually, I don't see any winning plan because rook takes
I
b7 is
can't
going to happen.
believe Eric might not win this game. Elham just has so many lives. He did this against Shimanov. It's a draw.
Wow. Yeah, the way he survived. I forgot about that game when he was just dead lost in the opposite colored bishop ending.
That was also Elham. And the thing about Eric is he might lose if he's like totally incautious here. F5 is a great move.
Yeah, this is just.
Will Elham hold this? No, he won't. He won't. Come on.
3 seconds is not enough time.
No.
Wait.
No.
What? He just. What? King G.
Okay, that gives the game away immediately.
But that was the strangest possible move.
That was very.
Of all the ways to try to defend this, he just handed Eric the game.
This is not one of them. E6.
That was very odd.
No, just E6, H7, E7, King F7.
Yes,
H7, E7, King F7. No stalemate.
You can push any of your pawns and you win the game. You can play G4.
Even G4. Yeah, no stalemate. That's the thing. You take on E6.
Right.
Do you think Eric will win this position?
No.
Okay, that concludes round 5. And we have only one perfect score. So Chessbra will play Sevien. Got a save with Denlaz.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pull up Sevien's game. Let's see the opening from that game.
By the way, after Benjamin Bach beat Hikaru Nakamura, he then went on to win another game. So he's at 4.5 out of 5. Big performance by him.
Yospim, right. Okay, so Sevien playing 1d4. It does seem like the players, a lot of the time, still default to essential pawn moves. That seems to be a common pattern across most Fischer random arrangements.
Yeah, a lot of deep pawn movement. I mean, look at these knights, though, in the corner, right? Now the knight's on b3, but a8, b8, that means the a7 and a2 pawns are a little bit tender. And it's also clear that both sides can castle to the king side very quickly. Move your e-pawn, develop that bishop, and then you can immediately castle.
So here's a historical question.
Okay.
Did Fischer actually invent Fischer Random? Was he the first to mention this idea?
No.
Why is it called Fischer Random, though? Did he popularize it?
He popularized it.
Uh-huh, I see.
Interesting. Yes, he did not invent the game. Although
yeah,
I think he's credited for inventing it, but I feel fairly certain that like the history of it is that like it came like beforehand, like that people even in like the 18th century were mixing the pieces in the back row.
Interesting. Okay, good position already. Sevien is just a buzzsaw. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah, he's really good. I mean, look at the position he has now. It looks like a normal game. Obviously, the rook on h1 with the king next to it there looks odd, but the rook's going to go to f1 when he castles, and he just has the better position. The rook on c1, look at its counterpart, right? The rook on c1 has a long open line. The rook on c8 staring into that pawn on c7.
Right. No, this is very undesirable. Now, Eric could try to go e5 and open things up a little bit, and so he does. But the end game is going to be worse for black, no question about it. After d takes e5, I mean.
Yeah, just this is one of those situations you get the 4-on-3 on the king side, and you can just march those pawns forward, and have yourself a little bit of fun.
Yes, indeed you can. Okay, so shall we take this opportunity to look at some of the other games?
Sure. I mean, your buddy
Who do we
Fedosea
have
was
on?
back in the mix.
All right, let's have a look.
He's taking
Fedoseev is playing Denlaz.
Yes, he is.
Denlaz.
Very quiet start thus far.
Yeah, both sides just sort of.
But something important, and actually Danny Wrench mentions this often, you look at the pawn chains because you usually start playing in the direction of your pawn chain. So white has a pawn chain from G2 to E4. And so you think you want to play towards the queen side. Black has a pawn chain from C7 to E5, so more king side play.
It almost sounds like a Go strategy. To play in a certain direction.
It makes a lot of sense, though. But, he didn't play for D4, and now it's stopped altogether. And now he plays for H4.
H4, so potentially this classic idea of trying to involve the queen via the king side with queen H3.
Mm-hmm.
But queen dubious, yeah, because where's the queen going from H3?
That's actually my problem in many Fischer Random games is I get my queen out and I'm like, okay, it's going to be good over there. But then it still gets stuck. Like you're saying, queen on H3, if black plays like H5 and G6, like the queen is just offside over here, not getting into the game.
Yeah, it's a super tilting situation. You have a piece, and no matter how hard you try, it's so closed in by pawns and other pieces that you can never find a home for it. When that piece happens to be the queen, that could lead to a lot of problems.
Right. So bishop C4. I like the way that Vladimir's playing, but nothing too exciting happening just yet over here. I don't know. Should we just try to see more games in the early part of the round, and then we can find the one that really catches our eye the most?
Yeah, this one is fairly quiet. It's going to be a long maneuvering game.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Jeffrey. I'm sort of navigating across the top games, trying to see which one catches my eye the most. Is Hikaru? Hikaru's going to win, like now.
Who's he playing?
It's over. Hikaru actually has won in 13 moves.
That was quick.
It was 1 in 13 moves.
And the tournament doesn't have too many players, so a score like 6.5 out of 9 is very likely to qualify. So if Hikaru can win out, then he might make it.
What was he doing? Look at this. You can't just like take. Oh my gosh. Oh god.
One last hope. Please take on D7.
Hikaru is going to play king takes D7.
Yeah, not happening.
Okay, resigns.
Okay, that one over with quickly. And this tournament is so tough that even with 3.5 out of 5, I see the matchup between Alexienko and Fabiano Caruana.
Oh,
that's just ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Interesting position in Benjamin Bach's game. Almost looks like a Smith-Morra.
So you say that because white is down a pawn. Look at those dark squares, though, all across the board. And, whoa. What is that?
Rook A1? No?
Isn't that knight just trapped?
I must be missing something. Rook A1. Did he just lose his gourd? He's out of his gourd.
What in the world was that? That's like a Fischer type of move, right? Like the bishop takes H2.
But like even worse, like there's nothing to calculate here.
That is... What? Do you think he missed after B5 that there's knight C5? Because knight B6, there's rook B8 trapping the knight over there.
Probably. I was thinking much the same thing.
But knight C5
that is elementary calculation.
And Benjamin Bach, he's going to continue his winning streak, and he's going to go to 5 and 6. He's just up a piece for no compensation.
Yeah, that's a terrible, terrible moment. And I would argue that black was probably worse in either case, just because the compensation was so powerful. But I mean, there was plenty of fight left, obviously. I think after D6, knight D3, he might simply resign.
Yeah, this is just over. I'm trying to come up with any semblance of counterplay. It doesn't exist. So Benjamin Bach going to 5.5 out of 6. Big deal for him. Jospin, by the way, I see he's landed at 4.5 out of 6. He won his game in 15 moves over Elham.
Wow, you don't mean Jospin, you mean Jospin.
I mean Jospin indeed. But what just happened there?
Should I pull up that game?
Sure. I'm just confused how the game ended so... Wait, Jospin was up a piece.
Oh, they're still playing.
No, they're not playing.
They already finished.
Yes. There are two options there. They're still playing or they finished.
Apologize. Let me pull up the game.
You're all good. No, it looks like Elam got a knight trapped and Yasum took it and won in 15 moves.
Oh my god.
But
what
you
the
could
heck?
Yeah, you could see where it happened. It's where Yasum just thrust his A pawn up the board.
He thrust his A pawn up the board. Wow. Look at the dark square control. Oh, and he cuts the knight off. Oh my god, knight c5, knight d4. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he just won the piece on c5.
I mean, he's already so much better. That was a terrible game by Elham.
Yeah, the dark square domination for black. So I would just put your pawn in c4 and e4 and f5. But yeah, that was just a miniature.
Very well done by Jose. And he will move to what, 5 out of 6?
4.5 out of 6.
4.5 out of 6. Okay, in other news, we have a crazy position in Fabi's game against Kirill Alexenko. And a very bad one, I think, for Fabi.
Okay, let's click on that because, for some of these players, we might be saying goodbye to their chances as early as round 6. I mean, it will not be out of contention, even with the loss for either player here, but this is what's happening. Rook h1, so knight takes g4, queen d3, threatening checkmate. And, wait, but there's so many forks here, Danya.
Queen d3 and g6 is attacked, but at best, black will get 2 pieces for a rook, and that's insufficient.
Yeah, it is. How many pawns? What's the... Oh, white's up a pawn right now.
Right. Oh, yeah.
What in the
How did the
world?
knight end up on h3? Like, how does that even happen?
I don't know. We can find out, though.
It was a pretty symmetrical position, and then Fabi started mining for gold on the king side. Ooh. Oh. This just looks horrible for black.
And this was like standard opening fare all of a sudden where black just gets rolled over. I've seen Mamedyarov win
Knight
many games like
h3.
this. No, this is just bad play right now.
Yeah, Fabi getting rolled here.
Okay, but Alexyenko means business. He qualified for the Chess.com Global Championship as well. He's been participating in many events, so he's not taking this event lightly, and he's trying to get to 4.5 out of 6.
Yes, he is. Okay. Well, we can go back to our top game between Sam Sevien and Chessbra. But that game is not particularly interesting. What else catches your eye? I want to know what the great Robert Hess wants to look at.
What catches my eye? Let's see. My options include...
It's Vidit against Kostenyuk, but
nah,
they're still on like move 3.
Well, I just click on Luca Moroni's game and it's over. So it caught my eye past tense, but it's checkmate on the board.
So Luca Moroni wins?
Yep, and goes to 4.5 out of 6. I don't know.
Gamski Shimanov.
Let's do it. That's a good game. And it looks like a Sicilian where black's...
Whoa! Good time to join the game. It's over.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
lost.
It looks like a Sicilian where the black king was on d8.
Daniel lost. The game is over. And Kara played the Damiano defense. Oh no, he didn't. I thought he played e5 move 1.
No, but I mean,
this already looks bad, or am I? This just looks like a terrible opening.
It looks like, oh my gosh, he just is so passive.
You can't play the Sicilian here. Your pieces suck.
And your king's on d8.
Right. Ugh. No, this is just a total disaster for God.
Down a pawn, no development, king unsafe, weak pawns remain.
3 minutes on the clock, too.
No, this is Shimanov just destroying him. Okay, so we can trust Shimanov to take this one, I imagine.
Yeah, plus 8 million.
Okay, so where can we go? Well, Bach is now in an ending. Hold up. Is this that clear for Bach anymore?
It's far from clear. How did black manage this?
This is the best you could have dreamed of.
Yeah, I know. 4 on 2 with only minor pieces left on the board. This could easily be a draw.
What happened?
You're a dare. So we saw this moment, and the game is over. How do you get the rooks off the board? But why did Benjamin rush with rook takes a2? Just defend the pawn.
Just any move to defend the pawn.
F3, bishop F3.
Yeah, the knight's stuck.
Very puzzling.
So he gives away a third pawn, and he just wants to win the queen side, which also looks good, I might add.
Yeah, but the problem becomes, okay, now b2 is hanging, so he had to
He
liquidate further.
No, but this is clearly not what you want, to trade off all the pieces, because I think Black's going to hold this game.
I think there's a very high probability of that. I agree.
In fact, what even winning attempt does White go for it at this point?
Well, I mean, you go bishop b4, you start with that.
Yeah, and then
you try to get the knight somewhere. Like, no, I agree. No, there's no targets.
There's something a bit counterintuitive almost about trying to win positions like this, because what you want to do is force Black to push the pawns. And you think, well, why would I want my pawn to push their pawns in endgame? But you need to create, targets, make a weaker pawn chain, try to get to the base of the pawn. So I liked your idea of just starting to attack one by one.
Yeah, I mean, you just keep milking time off your opponent's clock in such endgames as well. That's just what you got to do. That's just what you got to do. This is how we do it. And maybe g4, is there a case to be made for that move? Trying to carve out some squares in the center. But I guess Black plays f4.
Yeah, and then I kind of like the look of it, at least.
At least he gets something.
Yeah, you sort of at least cement certain pawns in place, and then you can try to pick them off as you can. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like there are inroads to make here for White. So Black can even play move d5, because how are you going to get to the e6 pawn ever?
Right. And it's on the board. G3, I guess bishop, just bishop d7, just go back and forth. I think Black is going to hold this. And this is a big game for the tournament standings.
Wow. Yeah, no, this is really shocking considering how easy it was for Bach. I mean, the guy has been playing excellent chess. He won a piece, and it doesn't look like he's converting. But why don't we leave him to his difficult task and go back to the game between Sevien and Hansen, because that's board one, Sevien with a perfect score. And look at this position.
Probably closer to equality than to anything else. We've got opposite color bishop, but that's not the reason it's equal. I just think both sides are fairly active. Hard to make any hard and fast observations here. I think it's just double-edged.
Yeah, this e5 pawn being isolated leads me to believe that White just feels like Sevien should be a little better here. The pawn h5 looks a bit threatening, but look at Hansen go. Knight g3, attack the bishop. F5, have that bishop. That's fine. I can just take right back, and the activity is good enough for Black.
For sure.
All right.
F5, queen F5, rook C4. Yeah, maybe.
If you can't take on D4, the rook would have taken back, and the queen would have to go back to like H2. Ugh. Yeah, this is a really kind of a game where both sides have big chances.
Right.
It's not clearly defined right now. So yeah, maybe Hansen queen d5. Is there a sack on f3 coming?
Even queen takes f3 could be a threat.
Yeah.
Actually, it is a threat. Queen takes f3 is a threat.
Because bishop d4, queen takes g3. Available.
Exactly. Queen takes g3, and probably that was a draw. And he blundered rook takes f3.
Oh, even worse.
Because that literally walked into the worst version of it.
Oh my gosh, there's rook f3, bishop d4, there's rook f4.
Oh my gosh. Damn, girl.
Because rook takes d5, queen d4 check. I wonder if you missed that at the end of the sequence. Like the fact that the queen is cut off.
Here? No, you went bishop e3. That is a sad move.
Just an admission that you blundered.
Although, if Eric needs to do something with this rook eventually.
Yeah.
Although he can chill there for the time being.
And he does. Bishop d3.
Great move.
There are some threats of rook takes g3 and knight e2.
Mm-hmm.
There's a threat of knight e2 check, actually, in many positions as well, just to disconnect the rook on e1 from the bishop on e3.
Yeah, but where is the finishing blow?
I don't have that answer just yet.
If you forget, like, you can't play knight c2 here because then, of course, white will take on f3 and all of a sudden you're going to be down a piece.
So maybe play knight f5 and then take with your rook on f3.
Yeah, simple enough.
And then put your pawn on e4 and you're up a healthy pawn while all of white's pawns are under attack. h5, a2, etc.
Simple enough. I like that. That's very prudent in time pressure, by the way.
Oh, queen c4.
I think that's also good, but Sevien can step away with his king, maybe? And then Eric will finally have to decide what to do with his rook.
Yeah, I think Eric might want some kind of rook f4 and then move the knight away and then go rook h4, and especially if the king's on h1.
So sacking the exchange.
Yeah, because you're going to win that queen on the h file.
Yeah, you're going to go knight c2.
This looks miserable.
Yeah, rook f4 I agree with.
Will he do it? He's got a minute and just over 30 seconds remaining.
Right.
And if he starts backing up, this is how you turn a winning position to one with maybe just a slight advantage, but one that your opponent can hold.
Rook f4 is not an easy move to make.
No.
It just doesn't really land on your radar.
Well, I'm just trying to go for the direct kill. And you know me, I like to sacrifice other people's pieces. But rook f4, move the knight, rook h4 coming your way, and he goes rook f6.
Yeah, so, b3.
Where's the queen going after b3? I have to go to b5 or something?
Or you're banished to a6, and then bishop takes d4 already. Deserves attention, just winning the pawn back.
Because queen c3, there might be knight e4 with a fork, forcing the bishop off the board there. So
it appears that white will not lose this game. It seems likelier and likelier that white will not lose this game.
I'm with you. Wow. And I just saw that Bach drew the game, that he was up a piece, but somehow he allows one to survive this. And okay, Hansen was
nutty.
Queen c2.
Okay, so rook d2 seems pretty automatic, sending the queen back to c3. Or
the
maybe
good news there, though, Daniel, is after rook d2, queen c3, you don't bishop takes d4. So he eliminated that possibility for now.
I guess you didn't have it before because of that rook f4 idea, but yes, like now you don't even have to worry about it.
Whoa. Rook.
King h2. King h2. Oh, so this is classic Sevien at his absolute best. These tricky, slippery moves.
And 40 seconds for Hansen, and it's very complicated. Queen c6 was a great move, though.
Wait, rook takes f1. You have to take with a bishop, though.
Yes.
And at a minimum, white can already finally take on d4.
Although the resulting position with all those pawns on light squares does feel like black, if the king remains safe, can start challenging the h5 pawn, for example.
Okay, rook takes f1, bishop f1 is on the board.
So bishop d4, e d4. There will be a queen c7 check at some point, things like that. And Sevien, he's playing this wisely, right? He doesn't need to rush at this given moment.
No, and he needs to be very accurate. White is far, far from out of the woods. Knight f5 was a huge threat.
So queen g4, whatever queen.
Perfectly.
Queen g6 at some moment. You have to keep an eye out on that square. I think Sam's going to win this game.
That is a bold prediction, but I totally get why you think that. I think Eric has shown signs of panic, and all you need is one blunder. Bishop back to a6. Good move by Eric, though.
Okay.
Practical.
I think it's time to take on d4. Yeah.
And he does. Bishop b7, maybe?
I think you might have. Bishop b7?
Oh, there's almost crazy tactics with rook d6 and queen g6 check.
That's the kind of stuff I'm looking out for. So
queen g3?
Queen g3 looks reasonable. Queen e2.
But then rook f5 could be unpleasant.
So queen e2 at least keeps an eye on the h5 pawn.
Sevien with very short time himself.
Down to a minute, but 22 seconds remaining for Hansen. Okay, so rook f5. There's a problem with that h5 pawn down. That's a really, really big problem now.
It is a huge, massive problem, and it might necessitate a passive move like knight e4 to g3.
But then there's rook f2 coming your way and things like that.
Exactly.
Bishop b7, all sorts of.
Oh, Now white's not worse. Knight g3 is on the board. Queen e4 check. Watch out for that.
I really think that this is going in Sevien's direction. Super scary position.
Now I hard agree because 6 seconds and Sevien.
Oh my gosh, gotta go. Gotta go.
Rook e8.
Okay, he gets defensive here in the 7th rank.
Sevien has to find ways to create chances here.
So what's he going to do? How does he create chances? He has no threats in the position. Maybe queen f2 to threaten queen c2 check. Hope that Hansen doesn't see it.
Well, maybe Hansen misses this.
A little too
I think
direct.
I think Eric might hold the draw here. It's gotten a little bit easier.
So queen f3, threatening queen d3 check and rook d8 mate.
Oof.
Gotta go. 20 seconds now.
Now it's going to be an all-out time scramble.
Wow, rook d6 with an annoying move to see on the board. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Queen f8. Queen f8.
Queen f8. It's mate.
It's mate.
Oh my God, he's an unstoppable mate. You're absolutely right. What a prediction.
Sam Sevien, a perfect 6 out of 6 right now. Whoa. He's a man that cannot be stopped.
Unbelievable. What an incredible turnaround in this game we saw. And Fedoseev, by the way, is about to win yet. Or is he?
Yeah, he's winning this.
He's going to move to 5 out of 6. He might play Sevien. And if he beats him, that would be a crazy comeback after a first round loss. Yeah, this is over.
Just take the pawn now.
Take a3. And then easily get out. Ooh.
That's a good try, though.
Rook h2, I think, was simpler. King a2, rook b4.
And then rook c2, I think you're getting at. But your king remains cut off.
The bottom line is, yeah, you need to uncut off your king. So maybe king a3 and rook b2. No, but then again, we repeat the same cycle. Rook b1.
Right. So I like your rook h2 move a lot. And he plays it.
Because you toss the king away and then you go d5. It's easy.
Yeah, you can check on h6. Well, now it's no check, but still a good move.
d5? And the pawns are self-sufficient. That's the problem.
Right. c5 is coming. Like right now. Okay, Vladimir is pausing. Pushes.
Rook d1, c6. No, he checks.
d6. Yeah, this is over.
That's it. c6.
You can't simultaneously keep the king cut and stop the pawn. So, why do you play c6?
c6. Oh just go c6. Jesus.
Just push the darn pawn. He's going to go up to d7.
Oh, that's cool. Nice little finale to the game.
Wow. Fedoseev wins 5 games in a row after stumbling in round 1.
And we've got one last game remaining, and it is Boris about to lose to Billy Kimba. That's Motlakov.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I think this one's over.
I think Boris is ready to go. He resigns, and so that moves Motlakov up to 4 out of 6. So, wow, we see the standings here. Sam Sevien in first place. Fedoseev out of nowhere with 5 out of 6, tied with several other players, including Shimanov, Benjamin Bach, and Bagratiani. So I think it's time for us, Danya, to head on a quick break. But when we return, it's more from the World Fischer Random Chess Championship first qualifier. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
Use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Hikaru, Magnus, Botez, Hess, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
Welcome back to the World Fischer Random Chess Championship qualifier number 1. The players who make it through today in the top 8 will move on to the knockout tomorrow. But Danya, we know that Sam Sevien, perfect 6 out of 6 start. He takes on Shimanov, who's having a great event himself.
He is indeed. Shimanov has played a couple of very nice games this tournament. He defeated Gamski in fine style, and they have essentially a symmetrical position. No, literally a symmetrical position.
I hate it when my player copies me.
I know, and in Fischer Random, it's a lot more possible to do that.
Yeah, right. Whether it's in Blitz or Fischer Random, but you have a built-in excuse. Like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. You seem to be making good moves. I'll just follow your lead.
Yeah, the blind leading. Very often in Fischer Random, you have the blind leading the blind. Like, I have no idea if what I'm doing makes any sense, and then my opponent plays the same move. And it's almost a little validating. Like, okay, I know this is not that terrible.
Right. Although here we see F4 pawn push, and black is not castled yet.
Black is definitely going to play F5.
Yeah. And it kind of reminds me of the Gamski game that we saw several rounds ago. Just the similar structure where black might play D6 and get the bishop out and just kind of maybe even castle queenside at some point.
And Kona Vets. Didn't know he was part of a Hawaiian animal treatment organization. The Kona Vets, the veterinarians of Kona.
I didn't know where you were going with it at first, and then you went there, and all right, I can handle that. That's not a bad one.
Okay. Sounds good. I don't know what language that was in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend you didn't do that. So that's the easiest way for me to get over it.
I'm learning all these new languages through. I think a Game of Thrones actually designed languages specifically for the show, which is super cool.
Hey, are you obsessed with Game of Thrones? Did you just start watching it?
I'm already obsessed one day, and I'm literally I'm like so interested in it. You have no idea.
I think I have an idea because you've made like 8,000 different Games of Thrones references.
It's amazing. Okay, in case I haven't said it yet. Okay, so let's who shall we look at? There's Denlaz. This position is pretty insipid.
Mm-hmm.
There's the big fish against Benjamin.
Yeah, why don't we look at
Bokula?
Bokula.
Count and Bokula.
I like it. But Fedoseyev's won 5 games in a row. He's on fire, and we'll see if Bok can stop his winning streak. But I actually like Fedoseyev's position here.
He's got great control of the center. He's not up a pawn, but he can play F3, for instance. And if the bishop drops back to D5, you can play knight D3, castle, and then E4. This is a great position for white.
Looks marvelous.
This is a great position for white.
Yeah, the knight on D7 is stuck in place because the pawn D4 is so strong. So F3 and then even hopping the knight back, as you're indicating, looks very powerful for Fedoseev.
Yeah. Slight advantage for sure, as long as he manages to castle in a timely fashion, which he most certainly will. Okay, Gamski, Zhang, Hikaru is also playing. Hikaru trying to climb back. If he wins the rest of his games, by the way, I think Hikaru will give himself a chance to qualify. Oh. I'm not sure what the standings will look like, but I'm pretty sure he'll qualify with 6.5.
6.5 looks quite likely, though his tie breaks may not be great, considering he lost games early in the event. But he gets to play this game against an international. I mean, that's how strong this event is. He's got 3.5 out of 6. He's playing an IM, who has 4 out of 6, but still.
Right. Legend in unknown. And I think Hikaru is going to win this game pretty handily. Yeah, this looks like a nasty position for black. How does he just grab control of the center like this? D4 is coming.
Looks really nice.
Mm-hmm. Queen, bishop G7, D4, castles. Good position.
So much more space for white. I mean, black, the king on B8, is it going to castle kingside? Is that legal?
It is legal.
It's so annoying when you like go for some attack on the queen side.
I know, and they castle the other way.
Yeah, just like,
and especially when you forget that they can do that.
He's like, woo!
They wait until the last possible moment, and then they're like from B8 to G8. But that's one of the really cool things about Fischer Random is that you can do that.
Right. It's just like thrown. You throw all your eggs in one basket in the queen side, and then the king just magically escapes. So
I think with Hikaru, the moment the position begins resembling a normal chess position, you're basically screwed. Because then you're just playing blitz against Hikaru.
Yeah, in this case, rapid, but point definitely taken. I mean, white's position is better for 5 different reasons, and he's up on time. So, yeah, I like Hikaru's chances at the moment. Any other games, matchups, positions catching your eye?
Are there any positions catching my eye? Well, Shimanov against Konovets. Well, we've been looking at that one pretty religiously. Jeffrey against Gamski, and that's also pretty boring. Ooh, Denlaz against Moroni is an interesting position.
Okay, let's go there. Denlaz, who's been having a great event, but did meet a roadblock in Fedoseev. Oh, what's that rook doing on D4?
Rook A4, it's going to A4. So, for example, knight F3, you might think, oh, this wins the bishop on A1. It actually does. The problem is it loses a king.
Not quite worth it, one might say. But rook A4 is actually a nasty threat, though, Danya. I mean,
which black must address immediately.
So I don't want to play A5. It looks quite risky, but maybe that's a necessary move.
Or A6, with the idea of meeting rook A4 with rook A8.
I guess being passive isn't a bad thing because black does have other pluses, the knight on E5, the bishop on H8 looking strong. So yeah, maybe that is the better way to go instead of having a pawn stick out on A5. I'm with you.
I want to answer a question in the chat, which was, does the eval bar know that how Fischer Random castling works?
Yes.
And yes, of course. Otherwise, there would be the evaluations would all be meaningless.
Yeah, it's true. Right? It's completely winning for white, except for the fact that the king can run to the other side of the board.
Right.
Wait.
Or rook
A-
takes a5 per pet.
It's at least no, but it might be more than per pet because you bishop D4
wait, I
ideas and stuff.
see.
Whoa.
So boomery, boom. No, this is already winning. You're right. Take check and bishop d4. No, that's not
because
because here there's knight
check.
d3. What's the win here?
It's some kind of
it's
D.
Yeah, it's d6. It's d6.
Clearing the way for a knight d5. Yeah, that's. But then queen b6 check would.
Knight d5. It's coming, and this is just too many pieces.
Right. So instead, we have an equally wild affair.
Yeah, wow, what a position. A4, B4. Sorry, I just had a verbal snafu.
How is Black's king going to survive this? Because isn't White just going to trade on h8, play b takes
and
a5?
play b takes a5. Queen b5 is coming. Knight from e3 jumping into c4. Are you kidding me?
Looks miserable.
Yeah, I feel like Moroni just lost the thread of the game there completely.
And it just seems too obvious for White.
Those are the worst kinds of attacks. When you face attacks where every move is as simple as bringing a piece into the game, you know what I mean? Like you don't need any creativity. BA, queen e2 to b5 is the only available square.
It's like every move is just blatant, and that's bad news for Luca Moroni and his king, because although the fact that Dennis is thinking right now is maybe not the best sign. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's thinking about.
Is there a move that we're not seeing that's not b takes a5?
Nope. I'm positive he will take on a5. I mean, maybe he's verifying. Yeah, the immediate queen b5 walks into c6. And why would you play it anyway? Like, now play it.
Yeah, queen b5 here.
Oh
After queen b5, is there knight takes f4 somehow?
Knight takes f4. Rook d1 maybe with the idea of preparing knight c4?
Yeah, I'm just worried about White's king as well. At some point, queen f6 could be a little something. And
yeah, there's stuff to assess here. So if you're not playing queen b5, what do you play?
No, I think you should play queen b5. I'm just maybe better understanding why Dennis Lazovic is spending so much time here.
Right, okay.
His king is open.
Mm-hmm. The other good thing after queen b5 is that you have this idea of pushing the d pawn at some point to d6. What?
Right.
I mean, still good, but queen c4. Are you not surprised? Isn't that surprising?
I'm trying to figure out what it. So is he going for like a6? Or?
But he's blocking the c4 square. The c4 square belongs to the knight. The knight is looking at the queen and saying, "Hey, what are you doing? That was my square."
Yeah, and the queen now is not threatening anything in particular, and Black's pieces are all perfectly situated to defend the king. F4 still hanging. This could turn quickly. King d2. He wants rook b1.
Makes sense, but even after rook b1, I don't think that leads to any concrete threats. If Black parks a queen on f6 to defend the b6 pawn against sacrifices.
But then there's a queen c5 followed by knight c4.
Right.
Wow, what a king d2 was not on my radar, but it makes so much sense now that it's here.
Neither was it on mine.
Wow. Just queen f6 or rook b1 automatic.
Mm-hmm. And then knight takes f4, and you might as well suffer for a pawn.
Yeah, queen c5, like we're talking about. This is like now all of White's pieces come to the party here. Like every single one.
Yep, rook, queen, knight. You're going to have to move your queen eventually to pave the way for knight c4. But you can do that on the next move.
Okay, knight f4, here it comes. I mean, no more moves speak to me than queen c5. You just have to bring the firepower. So
yeah, it's just calling your name, this move.
Because you can't move your a4 rook, like rook a to b4, it just hangs the a5 pawn. That's obviously bad.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c5, and then Black probably has to play rook a6, Danya. Just like, please hold on for dear life.
And then I will try probably knight c4.
And
with d6 on tap.
Oh, it looks so bad for black.
It's
looks
funny,
so
white
bad.
spent an extra tempo moving the queen away from c4, and it doesn't help. Black has nothing going on the other side of the board.
Well, actually, speaking of the other side of the board, maybe after knight c4, there's queen g5 in that position.
And if I check you, you go back to b8.
I have to, right?
Yeah.
It's just complicated.
And that's all the black can try to do. I can actually maybe even take on c8. Or am I dumb?
Even, of course. Right.
Right.
Another one of those
here it
positions.
just becomes zeros. Yeah, obviously. and here the position equalizes.
Right.
Probably
Dead
because
draw.
of this one.
Duh.
Like,
No, but look what's happening. He went queen to b5. So, okay, it's clear that he made a mistake. He went queen c4, then queen b5. So he spent a tempo more than necessary.
Queen c4 was an awful move.
Yeah, and now suddenly black has chances.
Queen h4. He brings it to d6. Huh. What a like weird irrational position.
That makes
Maybe
me...
no c4.
I was waiting for you to finish your thought. I didn't know where you're going with it. You're like...
I was gonna say c4, but it doesn't. It takes the square away from the knight.
I thought you were going to say Sevien because he's in big trouble.
He is?
Losing. Yeah, he's lost. Completely
Let's
lost.
take a look.
It's our board one matchup. Sam Sevien, a perfect 6 out of 6. But that's about to be 6 out of 7 because he's down a pawn. His king is in the corner. D5 is a winning threat that you can't even stop.
And it's coming now into a theater near you. D5, knight takes D5, rook FD1 wins a piece.
Right? The queen protects the bishop on F2. Now the pawn's on the way, and that's just game.
Shimonov, another underrated player. He's very good at blitz. He's super experienced. You know what? How long ago he was a GM? When I played him in 2009, he was already a GM. By the way, Sevien declined a draw earlier this game.
Really?
Why would he do that? A draw basically guarantees him qualification. But now, if he loses the last two, he might not qualify.
He was offered a draw?
He was. I don't know at which point. I think it was at the start.
Yeah, no, he probably could have accepted that. I'm just looking back in the game. It looks like his position was bad all the way through. So
must have been in the first or second move.
Yeah, but one of those quick draw for let's get this over with. But now it is over with. Unfortunately, he's losing this game though. Queen takes d5. Very easy, very straightforward.
No, but I take the bishop on f2.
Yeah, and then knight g6 check. Good.
It's only an exchange. Oh my god, yeah, it's an exchange. For some reason, I thought black had 2 pieces for the rook.
No. Knight f8, queen f7. Just bring.
Oh god.
The bishop.
Look at black's queen side.
Stuck.
Maybe
By the way,
Hikaru for that draw.
Hikaru did win his game, so he moves to 4.5 points, just keeping himself in striking distance of the top 8.
I think Fedoseev is going to win again.
Wow.
He's just killing people here.
Well, he's angry. He lost the first round.
He's angry and he's winning.
What a great position he has.
God, he's a monster.
Wait, is this just it's a free piece, right? Because the knight moves, bishop takes f7 is a back rank checkmate. Oh my gosh.
Queen d8, rook e8. Yeah, it's over. 29 moves. That's all it took for him to be a Benjamin, who's been in great form. Very hard to beat this tournament.
Wow, this is a surprising turn of events for Fedoseev. You know, when a player loses round 1, you just assume, it's not his day.
Right.
He'll come to the next qualifier and try to make it. No, he's just going on a rampage.
Right. Yeah, he got a few easier pairings to get his feet under him. And after that, he's been just playing incredibly well. And remember, the first game he lost because of a mouse slip. It wasn't like he got outplayed.
Right.
So he lost because of a dumb mouse slip. And, barring that, he's been playing very well.
Yes. Yeah, he beat Den Laz. Now he's beating Bach. And big victory for Fedoseev as he almost guarantees himself qualification. It's not set in stone yet, I don't think, if he lost his final 2 games after this round, but it looks like he's all but certain to.
In the meantime, Den Laz checkmated Luca Moroni after all.
He did?
Like literally beautiful final position.
Wow.
Cannot take the queen because you are pinned, ladies and gentlemen.
But
This, of course, is checkmate.
So obviously Moroni blundered to get checkmated, but did he was always in danger, right? It's not like he ever had a clear escape. So kind of understand how this game trajectory.
Yeah, but this is a abysmal move.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just like, this is elementary.
Well, he just completely missed Queen A6 check, right?
Right.
Just off his radar.
I would hope he missed it.
No, he saw it and thought this was the best option for himself.
Right. Here he gets mated in a whopping 4 moves.
And since the very beginning of this event, Dan Laz had tough opponents. He beat what's his name in the first round? Grandmaster Mitrava, right? From India.
Yeah.
So he just, I mean, that wasn't the first one. Maybe that was a slightly later on. But either way, he just has been playing strong opponent after strong opponent. He beat Navarra. He beat Chagayev. He's now beating Moroni.
Yeah.
He's on fire.
It's been very impressive. But okay, we have a couple more games left to go. We have Jaspam against Vidit, which has been a long and drawn-out endgame that's moving toward a time scramble. We have Gamski against Jeffrey. That game. Okay, let's pull that game up because that endgame was boring.
This game is interesting, and it looks like White has an outside pass pawn, and Black has this bishop. So down to the bishop on f6, it could improve later with like a timely bishop h4, something like that. But I'm believing in Gamski here.
His king is also super safe.
Right.
So
and the white knight's about to go to d5. That's not going to be fun.
Yeah, Jeffrey has to find some way to keep the a pawn at bay to avoid losing his bishop or a bunch of pawns after knight d5, and to keep hopes of counterplay against White's king alive. 30 seconds. He's down a minute.
He's trying to find any move that just gives him a chance here. I think if you move your rook on the second rank, knight d5 is automatic.
And that's just crushing.
And here comes knight d5.
No, it's winning. Rook c1, and the king runs to h3.
Well, yeah, that's actually a problem, isn't it? Well, there's rook f. Yeah, I'm trying to think if you have rook f2 at the end to win the f3 pawn, but I feel like the extra piece speaks for itself.
Yeah,
so
his chess, Goddess chess speaks for itself.
Nice one. Rook.
Goddess endgame technique. We're about to get a
sneezing on the truth here.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Wow, you said it speaks for itself, and I had to agree with you. So that bishop's coming to d4, isn't it?
It is. It's not quite over yet. Black's pieces are very, very active.
Knight d3. There's like g4. G4.
Whoa. Oh, knight takes f4. Knight e6. That's a fork. Oh, that's so Jeffrey coming so close here. But it doesn't work. It's lost. It's over. 96.
96 wins.
Only move. Move.
It would be checkmate if not for that knight on d3 there a second ago.
Yep. And Gamski defeats Jeffrey. Big win.
Huge. Wait.
You can go.
Oh, Fedoseev still win. I just saw like his position changed so much. I thought all of a sudden he was in trouble.
Yeah, I see why you would think that, but he's completely winning.
2 minor pieces and the outside pass pawn there and the king that actually might be safer, even though it doesn't look safe at first.
But how does Fedoseev actually win this? Because that pawn on c5 is really, really annoying. It's blocking the bishop on f2, which is not allowing White to push the a pawn any further.
Okay, so
and we know how resilient Benjamin is.
Extreme. A7, push that pawn.
A7, c3, queen takes
bishop,
e1.
Or bishop d.
A8.
Oh. Whoa, you said like 5 different moves at once, and I
sorry.
But no, but you were right about all of them.
I think all of them were winning. Rook c1.
Yeah, they were. But bishop d4 is also nice. You're throwing bishop takes c3.
At least play rook c1, Benjamin, to stop bishop takes c3.
Okay, now he's getting mated. He's definitely getting checkmated now.
Yeah.
Queen f5.
And king h2. Just
king
h2.
So nice. He can promote as well.
Oh, yeah. A8 equals queen. Anybody?
Wait, he promoted with check.
Bueller?
He didn't even go king h7. He let him promote with check.
Yeah, he had lost hope at that point. We have 1 or 2 more games still going, and one of them is this time scramble between Jasmine and Vidit. I think Jose's just flat out winning.
Oh, wow.
Or is he? Maybe not.
Yeah, he's probably worried. 2 seconds. Got to move.
Drich.
He's going to make a draw here.
Vidit is threatening a perpetual.
Rook b2. Rook b1.
Can the king zigzag its way to safety via h3?
I think you just have to give some checks, though, now.
It's winning. Though. He's going to win.
Check again.
And how about king c3, king d2?
You had 4 seconds left.
Rook c5. No, it's not going to get
rook
it done.
f1. Rook f1?
Bishop b2.
Yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, you can't bring your bishop to f3 right now because your rook also needs to move.
Knight g3. Knight g3.
Oh, knight g3 is really nice.
But still not over because Vidit is going to win the e3 pawn and he's going to have a far advanced passer.
That's gone?
Yasser passer, and it's a draw.
Wait, he just dropped the f4 pawn.
King takes f4.
He just... No, he's...
No.
Ooh, I got close. There's a fork there. Don't yell at the players, Danya.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. No, now it's finally, I think we know what the result's going to be. But that was close. He almost flagged.
Oh, my God. Oh, my godness. Oh, now, do we have like a 5 minutes to nap while they're playing out this position for 50 moves?
Like every single Title Tuesday, right? At the end of the round.
And there's always one. It's never 2. There's always one game that reaches this end.
At least this makes sense to play out, whereas usually in Title Tuesday, it's rook versus rook.
I hate that. And then, but where both sides are like declining each other's draws.
Yes.
Or there's one side that's the antagonist.
Right. They just enjoy being the last game of the round as if that means anything to anyone.
I have places to be, people to see.
Games to play. Oh, don't
bad commentators to commentate with.
Rook d1 would have been a losing move a second ago.
Yep. Forkaruski. Okay.
Don't
Jocelyn's trying to reinvent the wheel. Rook h1.
What a move, king b4.
Stepping into the discovery.
Yeah, that's a decision you don't make lightly.
I'm very worried for Vidit's clock. Right.
Vidit's actually quite good at bullet. Okay, king f2. He's going to go over to g2 now.
Yeah,
good to go.
Internet looks good. Ooh. Not sure why he allowed the king to run to f4, but this is still a dead draw.
Right, because unlike a bishop that gets to e4, the knight doesn't cut off the necessary squares.
Okay, check.
I was going to say king f8, but I forgot that's c1.
Cut off the king.
Knight c6, going the other way.
And he's going to put the knight in front of the rook so he can move his king in.
And that's all the placement you get now.
Okay, no comment.
Yeah, we just have to sit, wait. Imagine if he'd gone king d3 there and blundered his rook. Rook c3.
That would have been, and then we had another 50 moves.
Right. Wait. Okay, Vidit is getting really dangerously close.
Oh, he's losing!
Move.
He's losing! King
my
f6!
gosh.
Is he losing?
Wait, that's c3 also.
Oh,
he lost on time!
I told you he was going to flag.
Oh my gosh. And that's
f2.
That's a huge loss. C7. It's a huge loss.
Yeah, so whatever that
is. Huge loss because today is the Swiss portion. And only the top 8 make their way through to the knockout starting tomorrow. So that loss actually pushes Vidit out of the top 8 altogether. Draw would have kept him there. And in this format with 10 minutes, 2-second increment, 9 rounds of action, with every game being a random starting position and Fischer Random for a reason. Wow, right. Wow, Danya.
That is a huge turnaround that gives Jose every chance to qualify for tomorrow, and it shoves Vidit essentially out of contention.
Well, he still has a chance if he wins those last 2, but yeah, that's a huge defeat for him. He's going to be very disappointed. And well, okay, well, it looks like there's a 3-way tie at the top, and now Sevien gets to play Fedoseev.
And spending a pretty hefty amount of time here on the first move, trying to get the hang of the piece arrangement.
Oh my.
A draw on move 0.
Look. I get it, right? This helps them both secure qualification. But we need to ban the draw offer. All right? No draw offer. How can you draw in this position?
I know, it's crazy.
I can say it's only so many times, but this is what happens towards the end of these Swisses as the players just want to make the
that.
top
And
eight.
that's a big downside because you get robbed of the opportunity to watch Fedosseev Sevien. That was like the most interesting matchup of the tournament.
Let's move on.
Boo. It's like the equivalent of Berlin. I wonder if like 20 years down the line, there will be certain like Berlin type draws and various piece arrangements.
That would be funny. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, we have Chessbra, Eric Hansen taking on Shimanov. We have the game you have as well. Oh, Hikaru Gamski. What is this?
Yeah,
the 2012 U.S. Championship?
Exactly. Yes.
Also, what
G6.
What a tough opponent for Hikaru to get when he's 4.5 of the 7.
Right.
You get
he has to win both games.
Yeah, beating Gamski with black, no matter what the starting position is a tall order. And okay, Gamski.
Well, he was pretty nervous before the game, so he's going to have to Gamski himself down. I mean, you've got to do it. There's no other choice. I'm a genius. I'm a verbal. I am a wordsmith. Now, just because everybody can't appreciate that doesn't diminish the brilliance.
I was very grateful for our producer to just black you out here.
Right.
Take you
off.
off
A little
screen.
mute. Let's see if chat will be on my side.
I can breathe again. I can breathe.
Zafra says, but Robert, the position was dead equal at 0.00 in reference to the Fedosseev Sevien draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so who else do we have in this game? But okay, we have some games. Very good. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying.
Which games should we go to? Because all of a sudden, Alexyenko, by the way, he's pulling a Fedosseev, and he's now near the top, 5.5 out of 7, winning a bunch of games, and he gets to play Jocelyn. What a reward! So Alexyenko, he played in the Candidates tournament in 2020/2021, based on his performance in the FIDE Grand Swiss, the Isle of Man. Just a stellar player, and he's proving he can do it in different variants.
Indeed, he is. Okay, so let's go to the... I'm experiencing massive indecision. I can't decide which game to click on. Benjamin Bach against Laz, Chessbra against Shimanov, meh. All right, fine.
We got also Matlikov Bortnik, if that weren't good enough.
Keep doing that.
You clicked the wrong part.
I clicked the wrong part of the game, yeah. There we go. Okay, back we go to the Chessbra game.
Can never trust you with the mouse clicking, even though I trust you every day with it.
No, you cannot. Okay, what is going on here? I think Shimanov's just much better. Rook b8 and b5 is coming.
That looks very clear, actually. And doesn't this just look like a normal chess position?
It looks like a complete... Every piece is actually on a normal square, maybe with the exception of the bishop on d8.
Right. But it does simply look like an English that's gone completely wrong for white because black is attacking and white has 0 attack on the king side.
It's amazing. My gosh. Oh, and Shimanov offered a draw.
Oh my gosh, don't do it. Why would you do this to me? Because, he knew that we're watching.
But he's basically winning here. b5, and white is going to get smoked on the queen side. White is going to get creamed here. That's ridiculous. Like, oh my God. That's honestly annoying. But I get it. Yeah, you can get it from Shimanov's perspective. He's playing the tournament. In both senses of the word. Yeah, not good. Not good. You're really happy. Robert, I want to really to ask your opinion on the topic. How do you feel about these draws that have been happening in these Swiss tournaments? Because I heard that you had a contrarian opinion. You were actually a big fan of them. Did I hear is my source correct?
Can we just move to a different game? Can we just,
yes. Let's, yeah, exactly. I don't know why I just checked out there for a second, but
spare me from,
spare me from the,
just,
from the machinations of the Dothraki. Okay, knight g4 in Benjamin Bach's game. I think an edge here for Benjamin, who basically needs to win out. I would imagine. I really have a very bad understanding of what score is going to be required to qualify.
Yeah, the players also. Think? Well, the thing is, they might tie for 8th place, but who knows what their tie breaks will be. So at this point, it looks like 6.5 will be a tie for 8th, but you better hope that you have the best tie breaks of the bunch.
Right. Castle queenside. And I guess white is going to do the same.
Looks very likely. But white's pawn structure is better. So I actually like white's position. It feels like an exchange Spanish that's gone extremely well for Bach.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, because you have this classic pawn formation on the queen side of these with this pawn mouse, which is usually kind of good for black, but the control over the e5 square is very, very important as Dennis trying to produce activity here.
Yeah, no, knight can come to e5 for, yeah, it just seems like the bishop on g8 attacks nothing, stares into thin air, while the dark square control for black is going to be permanent. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, and just to, one last thing I'll say is I don't blame any of the players, really. Like, if they can offer a draw and it helps their tournament standing, that's good for them. But if it's in the rules, right, if it's baked in there that they can't just offer draws, thumbs up.
Hikaru is going to win the game, I think, against Gamski. I think we need to check back into Hikaru's game.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Still
I
early.
thought black is better here, but it is still early.
Well, I'm guessing in part you thought that there was not a king on f8, right? Like f takes e4 for black looks perfectly reasonable at some point, but then you see the king is on f8 rather than a rook, and he can still castle in either direction. So don't be totally surprised if Hikaru moves his queen next, Danya, so he can castle queenside.
Moves his queen next so he can castle queenside. Oh yeah, that's a thing that white can do. King g1 to c1. I love that when that happens.
No, I'm saying for black, because white's king is already castled.
Knight c4.
So yeah, I think black is the one who, because white already castled down here, so black can move the queen and then castle long.
Oh, what am I saying? Oh my God, I'm sorry. White is the one who castled, not black. For some reason, I thought it was black who already castled.
No.
I'm
king,
out of my mind.
That would be a funny castle. King to f8. But I do think that you're ultimately correct that Hikaru has the upper hand. He's up 2.5 minutes. His position is looking quite nice. So it's going to be a struggle for Gata.
I think I have a pretty good Hikaru radar in the sense that I can just tell when the game is about to start turning in his favor. The one interesting thing in Gata's favor, I think, is if black is not careful. For example, if black, let's say, takes and goes d6, then Gata could reopen the position with a move f3, f4, and the king on f8 could get caught in the crossfire.
Right.
Although here it would be a great opportunity to castle kingside and move the king to a slightly safer abode on g8.
Yeah, no, it's like you really want to go the other direction, but it takes a while because you have to move your queen, and then it becomes very transparent what you're aiming for.
Right.
By the way,
c4 is on the board. Yep.
I only just noticed this, but I guess we did mention it briefly, but I forgot. Bortnik, he's at 5 out of 7. He's looking to climb into the top 8, and he has a good position right now against Maxim Matlikov.
Yeah, I would imagine that Bortnik is an excellent Fischer Random player just because of his tactically minded style and how tricky he is. Those skills translate over very well into the realm of Fischer Random.
Yeah, and I think that one mistake that Matlikov made in the opening is he played it like an Alpin Sicilian, but there are queens on the C file that got traded very quickly. So a bit of an odd start.
One problem that black has to troubleshoot is that if you move the knight away, you might be running into knight takes f6 check. But what you can do is play d takes c3 check and then bishop e5 check intermezzo.
So maybe if d takes c3 double check, the king slides to c2 just to avoid bishop e5 with check.
Oh,
is that possible?
But how dangerous is allowing knight takes f6?
Probably not very dangerous at all. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Complicated. It's still complicated though. It's still a game.
Yeah, and black can just take on b2 and.
Right.
I don't know what that was, but oh gosh,
it's the Soviet chess sound.
That's what
the Russian schoolboy like. It's okay, but okay. What other pivotal games do we have to cover? We looked at the Benjamin Bach game. Not much change there, man. It would be. Let's check out the Sevien Fedoseev game. I bet you they've got an interesting position. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, Alexenko Josselin got interesting because of tactics are flying in that one.
It was a joke, by the way, because they made a draw. Okay, pulling it up now.
I forgot that they made a draw, but thank you for reminding me.
Whoa!
Like
Bishop
go back
on G7, knight on G2.
Go back a few moves to see how this happened.
This looks completely normal.
Yes.
Then he played knight G4, takes knight E3, knight takes G2, and we have this position on the board.
So it's even material, and it looks like there are normal pieces on G2 and G7, but then you realize it's your opponent's piece. And if you take on F8, knight takes E1. I mean, black is clearly better down here because the bishop on B7 is overwhelmingly strong. Just such a good piece.
And white decides to conserve his dark square bishop. I'm a little bit surprised at that. Because the problem is that after black plays F takes E4, you mentioned the bishop being a great piece. It might be even beastlier if the pawn on E4 disappears. Oh, but how does black get the knight out?
Oh, wow. Like, wait a second. That's a good point.
FE queen, that's also forked, by the way.
Wait, so FE queen E4, knight.
-8? What? Oh, I got it. 95.
Queen C6.
Calm but deadly. Whoop.
Yeah, that's actually just nasty.
Goodbye, Mr. King.
Well, that means the knight on D3 is safe and sound, and it's actually imposing its will on the white position. Jospin, he beats Vidit in the previous game. Now he's trying to take down Kirill Alexenko. Obviously, he's no joke, but whew.
If he takes on E4, then it's all over immediately. God, Jose, he always hangs around. He's so consistently good. Like, he never seems to have these breakdown tournaments where he just loses to everybody. He's always hanging around and beating strong players.
No, he's an absolute monster. So much respect for Jose Martinez. I'm glad that he's been able to make a name for himself. And yeah, he is
desperation for Kirill. F5.
Mm-hmm.
And Queen G5 is his idea, but that's not going to cut it, is it?
Nah, no way. The easy to defend is G6 pawn, right? Just bring a knight to E5.
Can I congratulate myself and pat myself on the back?
What happened? Hikaru won?
Let's look at Hikaru's position.
Okay.
He's winning.
Oh my gosh, what's that bishop on H1?
No, it's over.
If that bishop were on E4, we'd be like, wow, white has amazing compensation, for the pawn.
Oh,
but
what about, I think Hikaru, Queen A8 preparing Rook B8, and the bishop on B2 is actually just going to get toasted.
And the white queens are getting trapped over there too.
Rook B8 is next.
So
C3.
Oh,
there's also this move, by the way.
Dude, that's just brutal. With E3?
E3, yeah.
Goodbye.
That's take your bishop.
That's just absolute. I love moves like Queen A8 because the queen was actually on A2 a couple moves ago. It took a pawn there. And then he just brings it all the way back to win this game.
And this is going to set up a fascinating final game. Hikaru might even qualify with a... No, he will not qualify with a draw. He will need to win. How do you beat Gata like that? Just like no chances.
No, he's finding his form, and it isn't quite too little too late. So this is just game over.
So you got to Schleppe. He took his hat off.
And Hikaru now at 5-8. He's in 7th place. Of course, many people still playing their games, but I believe that means is for sure that if he wins his final round game, he's in.
Indeed. Shall we go back to the Denis Lazovic game? There's also Bortnik against Matlakov. You decide.
Wow. Now I'm gonna have to choose. This is difficult.
Jocelyn.
Let's go to the Jocelyn game, sure. Just to see what's happened.
What?
You think the
destruction?
The E file doesn't have enough pieces on it. Let's get a queen on E7, and I don't know what can go on E6, but we need 2 more pieces to fill it up.
I almost did the impression of that. I forgot his name. That famous basketball commentator. Denied. Ian Eagle, I think. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Destroyed.
Ian Eagle, the legendary commentator. Yeah, this is
Ian Nepomniachtchi.
This is done for, it feels like.
Yeah, everything is falling. Black's knights are rampaging across the position.
Can't go king F2 because knight D3 check with the fork. Ugh. No, this is just, you can't even look at this position anymore.
Knight takes H2, knight HG4.
You can, oh no, knight G4 right away.
Oh, I get mated.
Yeah.
I blundered mate. Daniel lost. Knight G4. I just want to show this. It's never too late to mess up. That's just chess for you. Bang. Bang.
Knight G5. What a weird configuration. Mating net.
That's really cool, actually. Yeah, queen defends the bishop. Knight delivers the mate.
You don't see that very often. So this one, though, Jocelyn looks like he has it in the bag. I'm just looking around the remaining games. It looks like Bortnik's still doing, no, actually, it's pretty unclear position for Bortnik against Matlakov. And Matlakov down to under a minute, so he's in time trouble.
So that's a big game. This is a big game. So first place after this round is going to be 6.5 out of 8. Shimanov and Konovets and Fedoseev basically qualify with any result, I think.
Yes, I would imagine so. The tie breaks must be amazing, and they'll probably just make a quick draw anyway.
Right.
So I probably don't want to look at their games. Great tactic by Bortnik just now. So
refreshing. Here we go.
Whoa,
knight D4 check.
Yeah, he's just cutting off the circulation between White's pieces. And if you take on D8, Rook takes back, and now you take D4, you lose D5. So really good tactical vision by Bortnik, and Matlakov down to under 15 seconds now.
Yeah, he's not going to pull this out. Not against Sasha Bortnik. Bortnik is usually the one with 10 seconds.
Bortnik strong.
And Sasha Matlakov. I have an inside joke with my friends here where we will say everybody's name is Sasha, even if it's not.
Well, what
knight F4?
That was maybe the most questionable move possible.
I get what he's trying to do, because if you move the rook from D8, White plays knight takes D4.
So,
but then you can take.
Oh, you take the other knight as well. Good call.
Bang, bang, bang. Goodbye. Black is up 1,000 pawns here.
Indeed. No, this is means that Rook D7 is straightforward enough. There's no time for White to go after the G7 pawn. They're discovered checks.
And it is a winning position.
It is winning indeed. No, this looks like Bortnik is going to figure this out in his opponent's time trouble. So that will bring him to 6 out of 8. So Bortnik looks to be qualifying.
Yep. Bortnik is going to be a very dangerous opponent of the knockout. He can beat absolutely anybody.
Oh, yeah.
And Denlaz, those players with 5 out of 7 right now, a win will go a very long way toward ensuring their qualification. God, Matlakov has been really struggling recently.
And he just resigns here. So that means Bortnik, he's now in the top 8. He's number 6, actually, as we see here. And Vidit won his game to get to 7th place. So Hikaru's tiebreaks are really, really bad. Look at those, Don.
Yep. He's going to have the worst tiebreaks, which means he has to win, and then he has to hope that the cards fall in his favor.
And the people who
usually do.
The people who draw quickly, he's not going to be happy with them, because he needs like people with 6 points to fight each other. But no. Looks like he's going to have a tough one.
You almost never see Hikaru having the worst tiebreaks,
because he usually starts really hot.
Right.
All right. But what's going on in this game here? It looks like dark square domination for Bortnik, but his king suddenly is a bit for Bornik, for Bach, but suddenly his king is a bit open.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time putting my finger on the pulse of this position. Like, who's playing for an advantage? Generally, in mutual time scrambles, the side with a strong knight has great practical chances. I would prefer white here.
So would I. And Dan Laz using some of his clock here. His advantage has gone from 30 seconds now to 5. And maybe after he finally moves, he's not even going to have a lead on the clock. Oh my gosh, he's got to go.
Sasha Bach, he's got good winning chances.
Oh, he takes the rook. I thought he was taking the pawn.
Queen trade, but then knight f7.
Good call. Yeah, that would have been losing. So that's why I took with the rook there. E7 is falling. Almost rook d7 is
rook
played.
d7, I guess. Yeah, and then rook e5 maybe.
Yeah, this is starting to look very knight
h6 going after the
bishop.
The
bishop's almost trapped.
The bishop. Oh my god, bishop g6 f5.
That's unbelievable. So you have to play rook f8, but then rook takes e7.
Oh my god, what do you do?
What a fine rook e7. Give me that pawn.
Incredible geometry by Benjamin.
Wait, but if you play rook e5, your knight might get trapped if the rook trade.
Oh, takes in bishop e6. Great call. So easy to forget about that.
Rook f7. He just wants to push the f pawn. You gotta go. Oh my gosh.
He's lagging a little bit.
Wait,
now if Bach takes it.
Yeah,
but here comes the f pawn.
Bishop c2. There was knight f7.
Bishop c2.
There was knight f7. Thankfully for Bach. And now he should have this, right? Just bring your knight back to safety and then push your f pawn.
Let alone the probability that black misses some sort of a fork, which is very high.
Oh, good move with the bishop f3, taking away the e4 square.
Okay, Benjamin still needs to show a little bit of technique. He's down at 10 seconds himself.
Okay. Oh, he's repeating moves just to gain time, but maybe a3. I don't like the look of this black king or this pawn pushing. C3.
C3.
Oh gosh.
Don't take it. Do not take it.
Oh my gosh, it might be a mate. 10 seconds left.
D3, D3. Oh, and then rook a7. Ugh.
Yeah, that's the problem with bishop d5 to follow. 3 seconds. He's gonna go knight e2.
Take it.
He has knight e2 here. Own a rook e1.
Oh, but that's passive, and black can maybe go rook d2.
Rook a7.
Rook a7 and rook takes
a3.
a3.
Oh my gosh.
It's a 3-result game.
Knight e4 check might be an only move.
Bishop f3. He should have gone bishop f3 and shoehorned the king back to c1.
King d3 now. Uh-oh. This is starting to look better for white.
b5 and b4.
Can you just take this pawn?
No, but b4 and b3. Okay, bishop c4.
Okay, king d2, b3, rooks. Oh, he goes up.
Oh, don't give that one away. No
way.
B3.
And the b pawn is just so easy to push.
94 is a fork threat.
Where's he going? 4 seconds. He moves his rook up. 94.
94, 92.
Oh, we're 96. 92,
92
yes.
wins. 92 wins the game on the spot. Will he find it? He does.
We said the same exact thing. Take, push, king f6.
Shmush, king f6 resigns. Unbelievable.
And rook e8.
Whoa. What a finale.
Wow. Bach steals this one because he was actually losing the thread completely. And he is going to go to 6 out of 8. Big performance by Big Ben.
Big Ben strikes on the hour and he wins another game. Sasha Bach, big time results. So we've got one last game remaining.
What's happening in our standings? 8 players have 6 points or more. And then there are a bunch of players at 5.5 points. They're chomping at the bit, hoping that they can make their way through. But you know what would happen if the top 8 all agree to a draw immediately? You know how I feel about draw offers, Ganya. But if the top 8 all make immediate draws, you have to start looking at the tie breaks. And players like Tratar, Belarus, and Bortnik, they have bad tie breaks. So they can't afford just to make a quick draw.
This is going to be fascinating. Now, we know that there will be a lot of top draws. Sevien, Fedoseev, Jospin, they're going to all draw. Shimanov's going to draw. Okay, they're probably not even going to make a single move. Let's watch. Jospin offers a draw on move 1. And Konovets doesn't take it? What?
Wow, what?
Why?
Maybe he didn't see it?
That's incredibly strange.
Didn't that happen a couple rounds ago where...
Oh, white's already worse.
Because H2's hanging.
He forgot that H2 is... Oh, and this is unpleasant. No, but why is Konovets doing this? Does he think that his qualification is guaranteed?
He wants number 1 overall. He wants the 1 seed.
Aha. But I mean, okay, but if he loses, then there's chances he doesn't.
But look at this
play.
position. Is he losing this position?
No, he's not.
Wow, what a...
Okay, so in the meantime, we have a draw between Shima and Fedoseev. And Hikaru with a tough round against Alexenko.
Oh my God. Alexenko beat Caruana earlier. The guy has no breaks. And Tratar Belarus made a quick draw, which I think is going to be bad for him if one of these people with 5.5 points wins.
Yeah, like Bortnik or Bach or Eric Hansen even.
Well, Hansen drew against Belarus. But my point is that that guy's tie breaks are the lowest. And so if Vidit or Hikaru win...
Robert.
What?
Look at this position. Bishop d5 threatens to trap the queen.
Oh my gosh.
But in any case, I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, no, that actually... Imagine getting your queen trapped in 4 moves.
Just Jospin. Right. No, incredible. Bishop d5 and queen g8. Maybe black will do the same thing. But okay, d6 f5. But...
That looks just like a normal start to the game. And Hikaru up a minute. That could be big, as he absolutely must win the game, as is the case with Vidit, who's playing Denlaz. So Denlaz at 5-8 and still playing Vidit. I think that Denis Lazovic is at the hardest schedule ever.
Denis Lazovic, yeah. He's at that rating where he tends to get like the top guys rated a half a point below him. He's in for a grind in the last round. Shall we take a look at his position?
Sure. I mean, he's out of contention, but
he's out of contention. Okay,
but Vidit needs to beat him. So Vidit actually dropped down to play against Lazovic. So all things considered, if your choices were to play Alexienko, Hikaru Nakamura, or to play Denis Lazovic, I think you're probably pretty happy about the pairing.
Yeah, you're probably happy to play Denis. Bishop f3 by Denlaz. If d4, what happens? Then I guess he wants e5, but then bishop d5.
D4 just looks like a good move. What is the problem with d4?
I don't understand it. Is it c4? No.
What?
I don't know why my brain works like that. I came up with c4 here.
Oh, c4 to go e5 and trap the queen?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? That makes a lot of sense.
No, I see. Bishop takes f4, knight h5, bishop h6, though.
Yeah, this is an extra pawn, right? Just
what
clear.
What is he doing?
I think he may have forgotten that bishop d5 could be a response to e5. Isn't this just complete destruction?
No, this is terrible. This is a horrible start for Lazovic.
And it's exactly what Vidit needs. He must win, and his tiebreaks looked pretty decent before the round. He might just sneak in to this field.
He very well might. That would be amazing. I mean, I would love to see Vidit in the top 8.
He's a phenomenal player. He was in the top 6, the bunch that played a couple of years back, and he struggled there, including against your buddy Vladimir Fedoseev. But he's such a strong player, and he has a huge community behind him. So if Vidit can make it through here, that would be pretty big. And speaking of big, Daniel, look at the pawn phalanx. He won Connect 4 twice in a row.
Yes, but I feel like White might, if he plays his cards right, generate some kingside chances eventually. I don't know how exactly, but maybe a sack on e5, maybe using... but I don't see this happening. Nah, this is just very bad. How is it only 0.6, though?
I see exactly what you're saying. Like, if you go knight d6 and knight takes e5 happens quickly, yeah. I could see some trouble brewing in Vidit's position. But that's why he's spending his time here. He wants to be careful. He is up a pawn, and he has all the space in the world.
In fact, one incautious move, like you're saying, I just want to show this on the board. That is really the epitome of Fischer Random. Like, these turnarounds is what makes it so fun to watch. Look at this tactic. Attacking d6, and there's no way to defend the knight without also defending g7. And if White takes g7, you're in trouble.
That's a big problem, and White can continue just breaking open the position. It was like b4 and c3 and things like that. So Vidit starts with bishop to e6. And I just think, practically speaking, it's such a difficult position for Denis. Like, he's down a pawn, yes, but he also doesn't have a clear plan.
I have idea.
What's up?
b4.
Okay, and c4?
Knight takes e5.
Oh, you just caught me off guard for a moment and said, okay, so I can't do this. That looks pretty clear. I don't want to drop d4 and g7 and my rook on b8. That seems highly problematic, even if it technically is okay. So b4.
What do you do against b4?
Just find a different move.
Knight d7. Oh wait, that's illegal. I'm sorry.
That would be a great move, though.
Knight c8 to d7 would solve all of the problems instantly.
Well, he played b4.
B4 is on the board. Let's see what bit it comes up with.
I think he might maybe just take on b4.
Maybe that, because that forces white to spend a tempo, but it allows the rook to get active via b4. And then white will play c3 and break the center open.
This is starting to look very complicated. It seemed like a clear extra pawn, but now after b4, you proved it. Knight takes e5 is available to white, and that's an issue that black is going to struggle dealing with.
Just don't forget who initially found this idea.
You?
And then you'll know who the better commentator is. Yes.
I was giving you credit.
Yes, well,
Well, the pyramid's collapsing, and that's looking sketchy a little bit for Vidit. That must be so frustrating.
Really is.
You win a pawn in the opening, like your opponent just blunders, then it might be a smart blunder.
You know what this reminds me of? And this is a experience that GMs have sometimes, where you're playing a much lower rated player. You're calculating a line that's super tempting. It doesn't work because of some ridiculously lucky subtlety on move 5 of the variation. And you're sitting there thinking, I'm really positive that my opponent just didn't, like, he probably didn't see that, but it's too risky to go for it.
Right.
So I feel like, Denis Lazovic gets tossed around in the opening, but he finds this one little idea, and all of a sudden he's back in the game. Yeah,
and that position remains complicated, as is the one we have on screen here. It's connect 4 for Alexienko, b7 to e4, but there's so much tension here from c4 to d5, from d3 to e4. And wow, Alexienko just castles long here. It says the queen side is not going to open up. He'll probably move his bishop from b8, then put his king over there on b8. And yeah, this is looking nice with the extra space.
It most certainly is. And Hikaru, once again, a draw is not satisfactory. He must win.
He must win. Vidit must win.
Going to be tough to win this position with white, given how cramped he is.
Also, he's down on the clock. Normally, I would see this position and expect Hikaru to be up like a minute and a half or something.
Sure.
But he's down on the clock and in a worse position.
Ooh, but what do you make about d takes c4 voluntarily giving up the center?
Well, he's just trying to say that white's position might also be a little fragile, but I'm with you. It seemed to be the wrong.
I don't know. c5, knight c6 is what he's aiming. I don't like this at all.
No, not even.
There's something feels very wrong with this. It's so loose.
Yeah, I get the point, right? As you were saying, knight c6, totally. But it feels like you're creating more issues than it was worth.
Yeah, it most certainly does. What white can try to do is like maneuver the knight around to g5 and then play rook to e1, knight e6. It feels like even if Alexienko gets his knight to c6, that's just one benefit, and the drawbacks are legion.
Right, e6, e5, both squares available for white's pieces, and the knight to c6. I mean, it's such a weird situation down here. There's a bishop on b1 and a knight on c2, so you feel like white has to be worse, and yet somehow it's okay.
I really dislike the way Alexienko's playing this. This is very strange. He goes bishop d6. Now he doesn't even have access to the d4 square.
You know what a big issue is that we haven't spoken about yet? The queen on h8. Just buried in the corner.
Hikaru didn't procrastinate. He activated his queen early. Black hasn't done the same, and now he's paying the price.
But how to
he's going to have to go g6 at some point.
Probably. So how to fully punish black is not actually that easy, but it is looking like white is having a positive trajectory.
Right.
And I'm just looking at d4. Whoa. So giving up the c4 pawn, not sure if you should take it because then knight e3 attacks the f5 pawn as well.
Oh, and you can't go back to e6, of course, because of the fork. No, yeah. I think, but if you don't play bishop takes c4, can you just play a calm move? No, then I'm going to drive the pawn into d5.
Yeah, that's what I really don't want is d5 and knight e3. Then all of white's pieces are just in excellent position.
So you are taking one of the pawns.
I'm taking on c4. I just need to get my queen out of there.
And I go knight e3.
Kind of want to play queen g8.
G8. d5, bishop takes d5. That's fine. No, queen g8 is an excellent move, I think. And all of a sudden, the position becomes incredibly sharp.
Well, he did take on c4.
No. There is d5 here.
Because bishop takes f6, right? You just remove the guard.
And if you go knight a5, then bishop c3 is not desirable. Okay, let's see what's happening. Bishop takes c4 on the board. Hikaru really low on time.
Yeah,
he's down a full minute.
He knows he needs to win. He has no choice. But let's not count Alexienko out, because if Hikaru, he's trying so hard to win. What if he loses this game? Then Alexienko also jumps to 6.5 and a 9. He joins the leaders, the top 8 over there, and his tie breaks are worse. I think Vidit is the player in the best shape if he can win the game. His game, that is.
Vidit.
Oh, and Vidit has figured out his problems, and he's just 2 pieces for a rook, no issues. Completely dominating Denlas.
Wow. Denlas with just a unfortunate game and a great reaction by Vidit to the move before there. He did allow the sack on e5 and just defended against it. He should be able to win this game.
Yeah, the centralization, of his pieces. Maybe queen d5 was an accurate shot, put his rook on d5 to attack that e5
Yeah,
pawn.
that's what I was saying. Rook e1, how exactly do you make inroads? Like, it looks so nice, but where is that oomph?
I don't know, put your queen back to d7 and then play rook d. Whoa, he's going for it all.
What about... You can't trade queen, c3 and queen e4 check. I don't know who that favors. It might actually...
I think
be something to consider.
Yeah, maybe objectively that's pretty good, but I still feel like, he goes for it.
Yeah, takes knight g6. I think white's got... Yeah.
Rook d4 there, maybe? But e5's not hanging. I just blundered.
Because of rook e2, yeah. I hate... That's the problem with just having minor pieces. They're constantly getting in each other's way, and they're getting skewered.
Right. So what about knight f5 here? He goes to g6. So it's a moot point. I thought he could try to stop rook d4 at all costs.
And inducing g4, which is, of course, a very weakening move.
Right. Then I would just hop right back over to h4. Oh, so now
f1.
Vidit has a chance here. He can save his rook if he would like to.
Against rook d4.
So you go like rook d7 and then shuffle the rook away. Actually, I was thinking like rook d7 and a5, rook a7 kind of stuff at some point, like b5, a5, rook a7, but maybe totally b5 reasonable. Right now.
I really feel like he should save his rook, and that's generally the rule, because minor pieces, when they operate without a rook, are obviously a lot less efficient than when they have a rook to support them. 2 minutes for Vidit. He's been pretty slow.
But now rook d4, there's knight takes e5.
Right, so rook e2, I think, is essentially forced. Rook e3 takes knight e5, and you had a check on d3, which was important.
Mm-hmm. And now the way of trading rooks just looks optically worse. If you have rook e3, I swap, and I have these double isolated e-pawns. Might still be good for white somehow, but that looks wrong.
You can also play e6, jettison the pawn, but get a lot of activity for your rooks. He does play rook e3.
Okay, so take bishop e4 to d3, but the rook f4, rook d4, that's really important.
And once the rook gets active, there will be hell to pay. Rook d8, rook a8.
This is going the wrong direction for Vidit. How is Hikaru doing?
How is Hikaru doing? Let's check in.
Also,
Hikaru is...
Alexienko hanging tough.
And Hikaru down below 2 minutes.
Wow, what a big game. By the way,
might not qualify.
Forgot that Sevien and Chesscom are still playing, and Sevien is just taking him to school. Sevien's winning. Completely winning right now.
Which actually might prevent Chesscom from qualifying.
Are Chesscom's tiebreaks bad? No, Chesscom is...
No, I guess he'll qualify anyway.
Pretty decent tiebreaks up there.
Chesscom, yeah. 90... Crazy position in Hikaru's game.
So if you take on d3, knight takes, that doesn't look great. Knight e6.
Knight A2 is a huge threat, by the way.
Oh my goodness. Wait a second. So bishop e6 is like almost queen takes e6.
No, there's knight takes A2.
Oh.
Anyway.
And then yeah.
And then king D2. I'm sure there's something. No? You're surprised?
I'm calculating.
Skeptical?
No, but bishop e6, knight a2, you just take it, and
Queen
then no
A2.
knight e6 at the end.
I mean, intuitively, I felt that there's tactics.
Well, this is what he's going for. I think you have to go for this.
Oh, you're telling me that I can't give a check on B1 and there's nothing there. Maybe.
The knight on a3, they say knights in the rim are dim. That knight is holding everything together for Hikaru.
Even queen takes A6 has to be calculated.
That was my first instinct, actually. It was queen takes e6.
Knight A2, bishop A2, queen A2, knight E6. I mean, when you're playing Hikaru, you basically know you have nothing, even if all of your pieces are attacking. I think Hikaru is winning this one.
So wait, queen e6, knight e6, knight takes a2 check, king d2.
Bishop A5.
Yeah, and king e3, knight g4 check at the very least. I mean, there's something here.
Well, the eval bar doesn't seem to think so.
Maybe the end of that white is just better, but it looks wild and kind of awesome.
I actually think at the end of that white is just better. That seems to be the conclusion. And that's definitely what he's calculating. No doubt about it.
Right.
Hikaru has already calculated, though, in about 2 seconds.
And I'm just keeping my eye on the Vidit game. Vidit now better in this end game, but down on the clock. So good chances for him to get to that 6.5 point threshold.
And that basically are the only remaining games where his players are in contention. So we can stick to this one for now. And they're going down the line. Knight A2, queen A2, knight E6. Knight E4 seems to be perhaps the only move.
What is the threat of 94? Just to hit the queen, hit the c5 pawn or something?
And E6 knight.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize I was cutting off your... No, seriously, I didn't even think about that.
There's a beautiful line where after knight E4, of course, white plays for that reason. Rook takes E4. And if you play bishop takes E4...
Knights...
Oh, here, and you can't take with the bishop because of bishop E5, maybe.
Exactly. The bishop is stuck there.
So I guess you have to go like this and prepare to take on D8 with the rook.
What a crazy sequence. The knight is trapped.
Total headache.
To see that in advance is very difficult.
Alexenko down to 2 minutes himself. In a time scramble, Hikaru wins 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, but Hikaru, not too much time for himself. And I'm just keeping an eye on that other game. Both games here are really fascinating as Hikaru and Alexenko duke it out, and the Vidit trying to squeeze the full point out of this position against Denis Lazovic. But Vidit down under a minute himself.
94 played, by the way, in the Hikaru game.
Oh my gosh, we're seeing that trade.
C4, bishop E4, knight takes D8 is probably going to happen.
And then your bishop D5 sequence looks good.
Just Alexenko has to avoid blundering the queen and notice the X-ray between the queen on F2, queen on A2.
I think he'll see that one.
Yeah, I hope so.
Is there another move besides?
Must find.
It also protects the queen, so it's multi-purpose. It cuts the rook from the knight. It protects the queen. All good stuff.
From a structural perspective, black is better. So Hikaru has to keep his foot on the gas pedal after bishop D5. I don't see a clear move there for white.
Nor do I. But Hikaru will have to come up with it quickly.
Knight B5 doesn't work. Whoa.
Whoa, king C8.
That's got to be bad.
Oh, why? The queen E2, maybe?
Queen D4, first of all.
Oh, queen D4 with queen D7 to come?
No, but then rook takes D8. I see what he wants. And then rook D1, queen B2. This move optically looks terrible.
Yeah, so what about queen E2? Where do we start there?
Rook takes D8, rook takes D8.
Yeah, and the bishop's hanging. Yo, I
but
think
Alexenko just made a abysmal move.
Yeah, but it was a difficult position.
What is king C? But you got to see bishop D5.
Whoa. Yeah, I've honestly been looking at both games, this one and the Vidit game at the same time. And, Vidit trying to do his best to join the ranks at 6.5. He's making progress.
We'll switch. Hikaru is going to win, obviously. So
yeah, we'll keep an eye on the Hikaru game for
and
sure.
Vidit, he is making progress, isn't he? Or is he?
Ooh, A5 was a good move.
That is a nasty looking move.
Okay, so AB6, AB6. You always have knight C5 back. I do feel
solid, but how do you win this?
that's a great question. But I do feel like the minor pieces now should be the favored side. Like in other words, it's more likely that black wins than white draws, but it says zeros across the board.
Yeah.
Vid down to 12 seconds.
C4 makes a lot of sense here to defend the G3 pawn.
Whoa, Hikaru game. Go.
Go. I'm trying. I'm going.
He blundered horribly.
Hikaru, where is it, Hikaru? He blundered a rook.
Yeah, he blundered right away.
Oh my God. What did he do?
He moved his knight.
He moved his knight by accident. Oh my God.
And he lost everything.
That's it. It's over. He's not going to win this game. Knowing Hikaru, he actually might, but...
No. Alexienko is the one who's going to 6.5 points. And wow.
Oh my bejesus.
Knight B5, a howler by Hikaru in time trouble. So we'll acknowledge that, but unexpected.
Holy cannoli. That happens once in a blue moon, and I mean a blue moon.
I would like a blue moon right about now, but you said that, Hikaru was going to win.
Guinness myself. Yeah.
You said Hikaru was going to win, and then suddenly, oops, commentator's curse.
Unbelievable. It's my fault is what you're saying.
Yeah, as is much in life.
Okay, Alexenko, I don't like the way he's converting this.
Vidit immediately won as soon as we left his game. So,
of course.
In other words, every result...
He won that quickly from that
position?
He
won immediately.
Uh-huh. Okay.
We can show that after this one concludes, but...
you never know. Alexenko F6, king takes C6, okay.
I trust the 2700
upper rook.
rated upper rook, yes.
And Hikaru is going to be furious at that one.
Yeah, he was...
Rook F4.
Doing so well.
Yeah. And Hikaru resigns.
Oh,
unbelievable.
Well, look at the end of the Vidit game, by the way. Just like how quickly it ended.
Looking. Den Lazingen's Vidit. Oh, he got his rook trapped.
He got his rook trapped immediately after we left.
Let's see. How did that happen so quickly? Really, Riley? Really, Riley? Rook F6?
Really?
King E7. Crazy.
All right. Well, a few games are remaining, and that will impact the tiebreak. So the top 8 you see on the screen in front of you are not set in stone. We are going to take a short break, and in return, we'll verify the top 8. We'll see what the matchups are for tomorrow and just preview tomorrow's day of action. But first, we just want to remind you of an awesome docu-series that chess.com has put together. Proud to release the documentary, The History of Chess, A Reflection of Us. This unique video covers the origin and spread of the game, its champions and developments that have shaped chess as we know it. It also features interviews and insights from great players and creators such as Vishwanath Anand, Alexander Kostenyuk, Bruce Pandolfini, Ben Feingold, and of course, Daniel Wrench. Watch it today at go.chess.com/history of chess. And Danya and I will be right back to verify the results, see what the matchups are for tomorrow, and enjoy more Fischer Random.
Dating back to 6th century India, Chaturanga is the earliest known form of chess and bore similarities to today's game. Variations of the game spread to the Sassanid Empire, or modern-day Iran, where they were taught to nobility. After hundreds of years, these early versions slowly converged into the modern game we enjoy today. Chess traveled east to China, where it evolved into a game called Xianqi. The game also traveled west as Islam swept through Arabia, North Africa, and the Iberian Peninsula. By the Middle Ages, chess was being played throughout Europe. The game reached Mongolia through Silk Road routes, and Genghis Khan spread chess throughout the empire in the 1200s. As the European Renaissance ushered in an era of rebirth, chess became popular with the artists, scientists, and religious leaders who dominated Renaissance culture. In fact, it was a Catholic priest, Ruy López de Segura, who in 1561 published one of the earliest and most influential books on the game, which documented the priest's opening theories, including his namesake, the Ruy López, which is still a common opening nearly 500 years later. The 18th century ushered in an era of revolutions, most notably on the American continent, in France, and even in global industry. Napoleon Bonaparte was known to play chess with his generals. Benjamin Franklin, a founding father of the United States, was an avid chess player who penned the essay, The Morals of Chess, in 1786, where he wrote, "Life is a kind of chess, in which we have often points to gain, and competitors or adversaries to contend with."
And we are back. We do know our 8 qualifiers for tomorrow's action. And what are they even qualifying for? It's ultimately to land a spot live in Reykjavik, Iceland later this year. 3 players already are known. The field is not fully set. That's what these qualifiers are for. But Magnus Carlsen, the world chess champion, Wesley So, the Fischer Random World Champion, and Hjörvar Stein Gretarsson, the Icelandic player. He's a Icelandic champion, grandmaster, very strong. He's a local invite. Makes sense given the event will take place October 25th through 30th in Reykjavik. And how else can you get there? Well, today was the first qualifier. The top 8 move on to tomorrow's knockout, which will culminate 2 days from now in the final. And then there's another qualifier next week, and I believe 2 other qualifiers in addition to the ones here on chess.com. But Danya, now it's time to talk about the bracket. We know our 8 contestants, and Jaspam, who lost this final round to Sam Sevien, he immediately gets a rematch.
He gets a rematch, and he is going to be hungry because Sam Sevien declined his draw offer at the start of the game. So he's going to be itching to prove himself in the knockout bracket. But some amazing matchups. Eric Hansen, great to see him in the top 8. We have Alexander Bortnik, who's got every shot at winning this whole thing. And Fedoseev against Benjamin Bach is going to be another really interesting one as well. That's on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Can't wait for the knockout tomorrow.
Yeah, and I remember some of their individual matchups. Fedoseev did beat Bach. He had the 2 bishops for the rook, and he ended up winning that game. Bortnik, he kind of came out of nowhere. I feel like for the first 6 rounds or so, we didn't speak about him. And then he won some games down the stretch to earn his way through. And Vida Gujarati, he won that final game, Danya, the knight and bishop versus rook against Denis Lazovic. So he has every right to be here. He earned it, and he is the 5 seed. So he gets Eric Hansen in the first round. So what does the bracket look like? You know the players. What's the format? It is single elimination. 2 game matches played with a 15-minute plus 2-second time control. So this, an additional 5 minutes, should favor, Donnie, at least in principle, the higher rated classical players, at least one would think.
It most certainly does. That's a very generous time control. I mean, you don't see that kind of time control in every tournament, as opposed to the RCC, which was 10+2 and 10+2, of course, today. But it's single elimination, Robert, which means the margin for error is 0. 1 little blunder, and the opposing side has plenty of time to refute it. So I'm expecting high quality of chess. Hopefully we get interesting starting positions, and we've got the amazing players to make all of that happen. Going to be a very entertaining Tuesday tomorrow.
Yes, and a very long day for the players who make their way through to the final. You have to win 2 matches. You can't prepare, right? The starting positions are unique. So from the very first move, you're using those brain cells. Hopefully they have a good breakfast, because tomorrow, same time, same place. And I say breakfast, but for Vida Gujarati, he's going to have to have dinner, and then an even later night snack, because it starts at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's 12 Eastern time in New York and Charlotte, where Danya and I are from. And then, in India, it gets a little bit late in the night, but the stakes are high. This is for a spot in the World Fischer Random Chess Championship, once again held later this year, October 25th through 30th in Reykjavik, Iceland. But Danya, today it was a blast. We saw some great games, some very random positions. But when all is said and done, I think the 8 players we see in the field, they deserve to be there.
They absolutely do. And the scores that qualified is a testament to how difficult it is to qualify. I mean, from the very first round, we were already seeing GM on GM action. We were seeing so many fascinating matchups. Hikaru Nakamura fails to qualify, but he is certainly going to take a stab at it the second time around. And the great thing about commentating these open tournaments is that we get a chance to look at so many different games and showcase so many different players. I can't wait until tomorrow. And as always, it was a pleasure covering this with you.
It certainly was. So, these 2,700 plus super GMs, Hikaru, Fabiano, they couldn't make their way through, but we still have plenty of exciting players, some fan favorites, Eric Hansen, the Chess Bros, Benjamin Bach. We also have Bortnik. So left and right, no matter who you look at, Jaspam, Vidit, etc. Sorry if I left anybody out. Everyone is a player that the fans should be Excited to see Fedoseev and Shamanov, the two I forgot, but two great players who also have streams. So it's going to be fun tomorrow. But for now, we are going to say goodbye. We want to thank our producer for doing such an amazing job getting everything settled. Our fans and viewers, we really appreciate your continued support. And of course, to the players, as always, for making our jobs that much more exciting. But for now, we say goodbye until tomorrow. This was Chess.com's coverage of the World Fischer Random Chess Championship Qualifier.